I believe the boardroom is muted.
Moderator, are we ready?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Mir, are we ready? Morning, commissioners, members of the public. Before starting today, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge a significant loss to the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation. On Thursday, July 17th, parole agent Joshua Bird was shot and killed at the Oakland Parole Office. It is the first time that a parole agent has been killed in the line of duty. It is the first time a CDCR employee has been killed in the line of duty since 2018. As I've come to understand since I have taken this role, I appreciate the partnership that we have with the Division of Adult Parole Operations. And our thoughts go out to Officer Bird's family, his friends, our partners in DAPO, and we wish them strength and peace in this time. Good morning. I'm Scott Wyckoff, Executive Officer for the Board of Parole Hearings. Thank you for being with us today, and welcome to the Board of Parole Hearings monthly executive board meeting. We are hosting this meeting in person and by video and by telephone using Microsoft Teams. We have a majority of the commissioners in person for this meeting as required by the law. Some of our commissioners are participating in the hearing remotely and will remain on camera unless they have technical problems. For those participating by video, if you experience connectivity issues during the meeting, we have found that turning off your camera may help you see and hear those who are speaking and help us to hear you when you are speaking. If you wish to speak today, we ask that you please fill out a speaker card on the board's website under the tab called Board Meetings and the link called Meeting Agendas. We will also provide an opportunity for those who have not submitted a speaker card to comment. You can find additional documents with helpful instructions and tips for participating in today's meeting on the board's website. Just go to the tab at the top called Board Meetings and select the link for Meeting Agendas. There is also a helpline available during the meeting if you are experiencing difficulties. Please call 916-445-4072. The phone number is also on the first page of today's agenda and the agenda page of the board's website. If no one immediately answers your call, please leave a message. Someone will return your call as quickly as possible. Most commissioners and board staff use computers to take notes during the meeting, so please do not be concerned. If a commissioner is looking at their computer while someone is speaking. We ask that you please mute your computer microphone or phone. If you do not mute yourself, a moderator will mute you to eliminate feedback and background noise. Your comments are important to us, and we want to hear from everyone. For this reason, comments may only be made after the moderator calls a speaker's name or identifies them by their login credentials. We will call cases in the order they are listed on the agenda. Once a speaker is called upon, they will be able to unmute their microphone to make a comment. Please be respectful and refrain from engaging in disruptive behavior, or you may be removed from the meeting. Please note that some speakers may include explicit crime details in their statements during this meeting. This could trigger strong reactions or be difficult to hear for some people and is not appropriate for children. Written statements may be submitted to the email address on the agenda, and written statements are considered the same as oral comments. Today, we will first take care of some administrative matters. We will then hear general public comments regarding the board. Then we will take comments on individual cases in the order the cases appear on the agenda. All comments are limited to 2 minutes per speaker. We ask that you please be respectful of the time limits. Also, if you timely submitted a written statement to the board, the commissioners will consider it. For For this reason, you are encouraged to reference your written statement and use your time today to provide additional information as needed. Once the board has heard comments on each case on the agenda, the board will go into closed session to deliberate and vote on each case. Board staff will post the decisions for today's cases within 24 hours in the lobby on the ground floor of the board's office at 1515 K Street, Sacramento, and on the board's website. I will now turn the meeting over to Commissioner O'Meara.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. Good morning. Today's date is July 22nd, 2025. The Board of Parole Hearings Executive Board meeting is now in session. So I will now call roll. Chairperson is present. Commissioner Barton?
Present.
Commissioner Cassidy?
Present.
Commissioner Chappelle? Commissioner Garland?
Present.
Commissioner Dobbs? Commissioner Infante?
Present.
Commissioner Kozel?
Present.
Commissioner Minor?
Present.
Commissioner Muniz?
Present.
Commissioner Dudum?
Present.
Commissioner Wajay?
Present.
Commissioner Purcell? Commissioner Ruff? Okay, Commissioner Schneider?
Present.
Commissioner Sharif? Commissioner Sheffield? Laura? Commissioner Weiss? Okay. I think we'll note for the minutes that a majority of the commissioners currently appointed are present in person at 1515 K Street in Sacramento. So we will now turn to the consent calendar. Items on the consent calendar are routine matters that require board approval. Does any board member have any comments or clarifications regarding the June 2025 meeting minutes? Okay. The July backlog report is posted online on the board's website at the end of the consent calendar. Does any board member have any comments or clarifications regarding the backlog report? Okay. At this time, any member of the public may comment on the consent calendar, including the June minutes and the July backlog report. Okay. All right. Comments are limited to 2 minutes. Please wait until we call your name or identify you by your login information to speak. Moderator, are there any comments on the consent calendar?
Thank you, Chairperson. If you would like to make a comment on the consent calendar and are on video, please raise your hand in Microsoft Teams, and I'll call on you when it is your turn to speak. To make a comment on the consent calendar by telephone, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. We have a hand raised. Andrea Fowler, go ahead and unmute yourself. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak. I show you as muted still. It's microphone icon up by the right hand red leave sign.
Okay, I think I raised my hand at the wrong time. I'm truly sorry.
Okay, not a problem. Thank you. If you would like to make a comment on the consent calendar by telephone, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone else who has not spoken who would like to make a comment on the consent calendar? Chairperson, there appear to be no speakers for the consent calendar.
All right, thank you. Commissioners, is there a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar?
I move to approve the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Okay. I will now call roll on the vote. Commissioner Barton?
Aye.
Commissioner Cassidy?
Aye.
Commissioner Chappelle? Commissioner Garland?
Aye.
Commissioner Dobbs?
Aye.
Commissioner Infante?
Aye.
Commissioner Kozel?
Aye.
Commissioner Minor?
You're fucking niggers.
Nigger.
By CCPGO.
You have been hacked by CCP Bird. Glory to the CCP thugs. Kill all niggers.
To the CCP. And a CCPGO. This is the third time. You have been raided by the CCPGO. Glory to the CCP.
The boardroom is muted.
Okay.
Now it's not.
No, it's not. Okay. All right. That was very distracting. And so we were, yes,
Why don't we take a 5-minute recess just to make sure that everything is settled before we go
sounds like
back
a
on?
great idea. Thank you. Everybody's back. We're going to go and back.
Commissioner, if I may, just for a moment, I'm not sure the people who are watching online were able to hear Jessica's comments earlier. We want to sincerely apologize for that disruption. It was completely inappropriate, offensive, and unfortunately, there's nothing that we can really do to prevent people from behaving badly sometimes. So, but I do apologize for what we all just heard and experienced.
Thank you. All right, we're going back to roll call, and this is, I believe we left off at Commissioner Muniz.
Here.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's we're approving the consent calendar. Thank you. Commissioner Dudium.
Aye.
All right. Commissioner Wajay.
Aye.
Commissioner Purcell. Commissioner Ruff. Commissioner Schneider.
Aye.
Commissioner Sharif. Commissioner Sheffield. Aye. Commissioner Tyra.
Aye.
Commissioner Weiss.
Yes.
Chairperson votes aye. So the motion carries. We will now hear from Executive Officer Scott Wyckoff on executive reports.
Good morning again, Commissioners. There are 2 items that I wanted to make you aware of in terms of outreach that happened since our last board meeting. On July 3rd, I met with Judge Steve White, who is a
Glory to the CCP thugs.
By CCPGO.
It's nigger out. Nigger! 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 So
Thugs. A CCP thing.
nigger.
Thug. A CCP facer. Thug. A CCP.
You have been raided by the CCP.
All right, with that, we are disabling microphones for everyone. And so what we need to do is if you are on the telephone, you will not be able to unmute yourself. So there is a number on the agenda for you to call and submit a speaker card. You need to please call that number and put your name on the list to speak. Or if you choose not to give your name, that is fine. You can give the last 4 digits of your telephone number. That way we can run through and know who is wanting to speak and make sure that no other people have their microphones unmuted to make comments. The number for the speaker cards is 91. Oh, that's a different one. 916-267-0857. I'm going to repeat it again. It is 916-267-0857. For those of you who are on video, you will still be able to raise your hand to make a comment. So if you choose not to submit a speaker card, that's fine. This is really for people who are on the telephone. So one more time, please call and let our staff know what case you'd like to speak about. And either you can give your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number just so we can identify you. And the phone number is 916-267-0857.
Testing.
Are we ready?
Yes, thank you.
So on July 3rd, I met with Judge Steve White, who is a Superior Court judge at the Sacramento County Superior Court, and a group of men serving life terms at Folsom State Prison. It was a robust discussion lasting 3.5 hours with no breaks. The men came prepared. Their questions were quite incisive. They asked general questions about how the commissioners view different types of programming, whether it's self-help versus education. They came with transcripts wanting to understand better about why certain decisions are made. And I hope that it's one of many conversations I have with them in the future. Then on July 11th, I met with members of the Anti-Recidivism Coalition, both here in Sacramento and virtually the team down in Los Angeles. They gave me a sort of a tour, an overview of support services and what they call their InReach program, which is their Hope and Redemption team members. It was a wonderful program, and I look forward to having further conversations with the ARC as I move forward in this role. Thank you.
Thank you, Executive Officer. We'll now hear from Chief Counsel Jessica Blanion.
Good morning, everyone. For those of you who just joined us, our meeting is going a little bit different this morning. Unfortunately, we had some people join us with some really hateful and awful recordings that they were playing. And so we've disabled all microphones on telephones. And so if you want to make comments at today's meeting, you need to call and let us know so we can add your name or telephone number to the speaker list. And the number you need to call is 916-267-0857. That number is also on the meeting agenda. I am happy to report that on June 20th, Commissioner Tyra and I did an outreach visit at Valley State Prison where we toured the facilities with staff from the ISUDT team. We had specifically asked to observe some of the medically assisted treatment programming and talk to some people about that program. We were able to talk to clinicians, both who practice by telemedicine and in person, and let them know that we at the board see the MAT program as a positive thing for people, and that we appreciate that people recognize when they need help and that they reach out to get it. And we also met with some of the peer mentors at Valley State Prison. And we were, I think, fortunate enough to interact with one who's known as a board specialist. And so we talked to him about the parole hearing process handbook, and we got a lot of good feedback on that, and also on the videos that PJW has on the tablets. And so it was a good visit overall. And if any other commissioners are interested in doing a focused visit like that, please let me know. It takes about a couple weeks to set it up. But I think it was really a valuable experience for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Melanian. We will now hear a report from Chief Psychologist, Dr. Jasmine Tarani.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, Commissioners. I was honored to attend the Lifer Support Alliance picnic on June 21st. I had the opportunity to meet many individuals at this event, including those who've been granted parole by the board, as well as their families. It was wonderful to hear about their educational pursuits in the community, as well as their work activities. In addition, several gentlemen shared with me that their comprehensive risk assessments, the CRAs that are produced by the Forensic Assessment Division, served as a roadmap regarding areas where additional growth is needed, and that as difficult as it was to read, sometimes it was exactly what they needed in order to better themselves, and that the educational videos that were prepared by Parole Justice Works in collaboration with the board better prepared them for their parole suitability hearings. I'd like to thank Mrs. Vanessa Nelson Sloan and Mr. David Sloan for their warm welcome and for being such gracious hosts. And it's an event that I very much so hope to attend again next year. Also on the outreach front, on July 8th, I presented at the National Student Leadership Conference at UCLA, which was attended by high school students interested in fields related to psychology and neuroscience. I told the students that I would have loved to have attended something like this back in the day. I was asked to present on the field of forensic psychology, violence risk assessments, and the work of our Forensic Assessment Division. The students, they were inquisitive, engaged, and I appreciated their thoughtful questions and comments. I'd like to thank the organizers from the National Student Leadership Conference for the invitation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Tarani. We will now hear a report from the Chief of the Office of Victim and Survivor Rights and Services, Miriam El Menshwawi.
All right, good morning, Commissioners. Thank you. And good morning, members of the public. Have a few updates. I'm going to be attending the California District Attorneys Association Conference, and I'm going to be participating in the Victims' Rights Committee, and we'll also be presenting on OVSRS services at the Lifer Unit Committee. I'm going to be highlighting the services that we offer to crime victims and their families, as well as highlighting our ability to provide support for victims during parole hearings. I'm also going to be presenting to at the California Crime Victim Assistant Association entry-level victim advocate training, which is a statewide training for both community-based and government-based advocates. I'm happy to report that my team is continuing outreach efforts to increase registration and working with various counties on finding ways to get victim information so that we can both increase awareness of our program and increase participation in parole hearings if a victim chooses to do so. In addition to the victim services arm of OVSRS, we also are working hard in our restitution unit. Just as a quick background for all of the attendees today, restitution is a court order for out-of-pocket expenses that victims have incurred as a result of the crime. Expenses that victims incur can include funeral, burial, medical, mental health expenses, relocation, property loss, etc. Unfortunately, victims end up incurring substantial expenses as a result of the crime and accumulating debt as a result of that. And sometimes victims have ended up going into bankruptcy due to these expenses. The person that caused the harm, the person that committed the crime, is ultimately responsible to pay the restitution order, and our restitution unit works tirelessly to assist in the collection efforts. Our restitution unit does conduct outreach to incarcerated populations and formerly incarcerated populations to provide education and support with restitution issues. In the last couple of months, my team in the restitution unit has attended 4 parole and community team meetings or PACT meetings. They provided education to around 200 formerly incarcerated individuals about restitution and how our office can assist them as they are paying their restitution orders. And those PACT meetings took place in Sacramento and Bakersfield. And I did want to share some data with the commissioners and the public about our collection efforts. So over the past 10 years, only 17% of restitution orders have been paid in full to crime victims. And of the total restitution amount ordered for all cases, only 3% has been collected. So there's a lot of work that still needs to be done, a lot of education, and we look forward to continuing to work with victims, the incarcerated population and formerly incarcerated population on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Elman-Trawi. Does any board member wish to request an agenda item for a future meeting? All right, now we will hear comments from the public regarding general matters related to the board. We will not take comments on cases right now. So comments concerning future parole hearings are not permitted during this meeting. Please send those comments to the board for inclusion in the materials for that hearing. Comments are limited to 2 minutes and there is no opportunity for rebuttal. Please wait to speak until we call your name or identify you by your login information. Moderator, is there anyone seeking to make a general comment related to the board?
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. We have several names to speak. We need to unmute them individually because of the incident earlier.
ICCP
The first
facer. ICCP facer. ICCP
again, case in point. The first speaker we have is Robert Knox, representing the San Bernardino DA's office. I don't know if he's in person.
He's here.
Perfect. Go ahead, sir. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak.
Good morning, commissioners. Good to be with you this morning. Again, on behalf of district attorneys around the state, sorry for what you're all having to deal with. I think it's a criminal matter. Honestly, I've been looking at the Penal Code, but my comment is short today. I just wanted to mention that I think that one way in which inmates may not be ready until rehabilitated to participate in society that we should consider augmenting in our system would be when someone's received into CDCR, especially for a life term, to maybe have some mechanism to report to the credit agencies to like lock the credit and use of credit like they do when, you know, your identity is stolen. Because I think one issue that keeps coming up to me is when we have these people who appear on the EDD fraud list and we're talking with them about them in the hearing. Obviously, like cell phones, it's a great opportunity to look at and see how their actions comport with what they're learning in the system. But I do think, at least initially, when they're not paroled yet and hopefully not able to or in need of using any credit or applying for government benefits, if there was some way that we could lock that down on the front end until they're able to, parole and perhaps work with their agents to establish credit and to apply for government benefits. Again, it may help not. It may help prevent this issue on the front end rather than having to just, like with restitution, just look on the back end and say, why were you avoiding this? What could you have done? Did you know the rules? Obviously, I think we're all here to try and get them rehabilitated and sent home if we can. And if we can do that in this way, that might be something that could be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker we have is Ike Valerie. I don't know if they're in person. We're trying to ascertain if they need to be unmuted. One moment, please.
We're just confirming this is about general comments to the board.
Yes, public comment.
Public comment.
Okay, we will circle back to Ike Valerie. The next is Vanessa Nelson Sloan. I know she's there.
Thank you. The first time I went to a parole hearing, the presiding commissioner, who was not in favor of my attending and is no longer commissioner, admonished me that a parole hearing is not a spectator sport. Indeed, it is not, which is why I bring to the board's attention the sometimes inattention of panels when numerous individuals loosely grouped together as victims next of kin attend a hearing. California law provides for victims and families to participate in hearings via Marcy's law, but also regulates who can attend and speak, a direct victim, or if deceased, their immediate family, up to the third-degree relatives as designated by the table of consanguinity. If there are no closer relatives, these may attend and speak along with two representatives for each family member who may speak in place of or in addition to the family member, and one person for each family member to act as an emotional support and who does not speak. Each is to be identified in the hearing by name and position. No other family or friends of the victim are allowed. It is not a spectator sport. Panels have become lax, allowing individuals to identify themselves by names and such titles as friend of sister or neighbor, with no indication of their purported role in the hearing. Often someone identified as a support person offers comment, though this is not allowed per Title 15, 2029E. Two recent egregious cases compelled me to comment on this, one with 17 individuals present, 8 who spoke, though only 3 were next of kin in the table of consanguinity. 2 were noted as support persons, one of whom spoke and only 1 representative was identified. There was also an unnamed spouse of a far-removed cousin who was noted as being, quote, in and out, and who, quote, might chime in. The second saw 9 persons identified as family, again exceeding the consanguinity guidelines, and no one identified as a representative or support person, although 2 of them spoke. We know the board is not in sole control of this process, but you are in charge of the hearing. We ask that all victims-affiliated persons be identified by their role in the hearing, and those roles be adhered to under the proper citations and guidelines. It is indeed not a spectator sport. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next person we have is Emmanuel Bracy.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Emmanuel Bracy, and on December 4th, 2024, I was found suitable by the Board of Parole. And I also want to thank you, Commissioner O'Mara, for seeing who I am today and not that 22-year-old gang member I was 15 years ago that committed my crime. So just give you a little background. On June 24, 2010, I committed armed robbery, and upon my arrest, I was shot 15 times by Los Angeles Police Department because of a choice I made to break the law. However, when I went to prison, I was hopeless. Being sentenced to 25 years at the age of 22, I didn't care about anything. This moment right here was far-fetched. However, it was 2 guys that I want to highlight that was a part of my journey. These 2 guys are serving life without the possibility of parole. One is Jamil Cole and Richard Fonts. And these guys held a mirror to my face. And I was able to see myself and take accountability of my actions instead of pointing the finger and blaming everybody else. Now, the thing that are special about these two guys, these are men with integrity. And I say integrity because even though they're never getting out of prison, they still wake up every morning and put their best foot forward. And Richard Fonts, a man that's been in prison for over 25 years, got paralyzed while being in prison, and right now is battling cancer. Doesn't have long to live. But my time with him, he gets up every morning and he helps people to get their GED, help people to get their college degree. And there's 4 people that I know that he's responsible for them having a bachelor's degree. And this man woke up every morning and helped me prepare for board. This guy is a service dog trainer while in a wheelchair. This guy is a man
Your
that...
2 minutes have elapsed. Please conclude your statement.
Well, I say all that to say is, you know, how can we give a person that's serving a life without the possibility of parole a fair chance to show who they are today? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bracey.
Thank you. The next speaker card we have is for Carlos Wilson. Carlos Wilson.
Good morning, Commissioners. Carlos Wilson. Good morning, esteemed Commissioners. As always, it is my pleasure and honor to come before you all here today. As of today, I have been home for 9 months and still basking in the gratitude and humility of being given the opportunity to reunite with my family and be a productive and law-abiding citizen. I want to thank you, Commissioner O'Meara, personally, for making the decision to find me suitable based on the arduous work that I have done on myself. 1,000 thank yous. I will not disappoint you in making that decision, not just with words, but by demonstrating my rehabilitation through actions and deeds. Now, since I've been home, I've accomplished several programs and connected with the likes of organizations such as Anti-Recidivism Coalition, ARC, Freedom Through Education, Exodus, SCBC, Mass Liberation, Community Employment Opportunities, Department of Rehabilitation, just to name a few. However, Life Support Alliance is where I have accomplished the most and where I truly believe I can give back. It is with LSA that I have found my footing, and with Ms. Vanessa and Dave Sloan have been able to become employed with Life Support Alliance. With LSA, I have been afforded the unique opportunity to go back into San Quentin as a free man to assist in the Q&A session along with Mr. Wyckoff. That was truly an awesome experience, which I don't have enough time to go into right now, but it was through LSA that this has been one of the many memorable experiences I have with Life Support Alliance. Which brings me to the topic of another awesome experience, attending the annual Lifers Picnic on June 21st, which Ms. Tarani spoke to earlier. My goodness, truly there is no words to describe the feeling. There was more than 250 people there, but unlike last year, I think it was like close to like 800 people that came, but because of ICE concerns, a lot of people didn't show up, unfortunately. It was a fun day of reunions, catching up. I think I left with like 16 numbers, people I haven't seen in years. Time's up. I just wanted to thank to also Ms. Minor, too. I was able to get a chance to speak with you, and Ms. Tarani, who also spoke to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker card I have is for Hector Verdav from the Legacy Alliance Outreach.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Hector Verdin. It's an honor and a privilege to be here in front of you guys. I want to thank you for your dedication, and I understand the importance of your job. So I committed a crime back in 1994 as a young man that turned into a life sentence. I served 16 years on a life sentence. I was paroled in 2009 by Commissioner Gunner. I was hoping that he was here, but I know he is no longer serving. I thank him and all of you guys for your work and the opportunity to be here today. This is a dream come true. This is an honor to be here. I would not been able to be here without the support of all my peers. I was able to join Legacy Alliance to be at service to the community with all the experiences that we gain through serving our life sentence and re-changing our lives, focusing on helping others as well. So Legacy Alliance has been a major opportunity for me to continue to be focused on my recovery, focus on my goals to become the best citizen that I can be and be part of the solution rather than part of the problem. Legacy Alliance is a program that knows and understands the needs of our community since we all have been through that process ourselves and has equipped us with the opportunity to give back and be of service. So I want to thank you all for giving me opportunity to thank you. So thank you for allowing us to come here and express our gratitude.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker card we have is for C. Andreas from Legacy Alliance Outreach.
Good morning. My name is Cuauhtémoc Andres. I was paroled 6 months ago. Was granted parole after doing 27.5 years in prison for committing a horrible crime. Legacy Alliance took me in which it was approved by the Board of Prison Terms for me to go with them. And it was a blessing because they provided for me a safety space in which I could become a better person. Unfortunately, I was removed from that program. The county removed me for whatever reasons they had. Nevertheless, being prepared in my parole plans and how to identify certain things helped me through with that. Legacy Alliance offered me not just employment. He offered me the opportunity to practice what I've been doing in prison. I was a mentor in prison for the youth at BSP, and that's what I'm doing right now. They give me the opportunity to share my life experience when appropriate, of course, right? And the opportunity to become a better person each and every day. It is hard for a lifer to parole without the proper guidance and the proper opportunity offered to us for being locked up for so long. I was scared. I was afraid. It took me almost a month to build the courage for me to just walk across the street from the store by myself. Legacy Alliance offered me a program which had someone with me at all times to make me feel comfortable. Legacy Alliance is not only a place where I feel safe, but I could thrive and keep moving forward. Today's 6 months. Last week was 6 months that I've been out, and I couldn't be feel more blessed. Continue to build relationship with my kids, my grandkids, and my community. And I'm very blessed to have you guys here and have me doing my 6-month report to you guys, and thankful. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker card is Jesse Cesenia from the Legacy Alliance Outreach.
Morning, Commissioners. First, this is the first opportunity I've had to thank two of the commissioners who have found me suitable in the past. I was found suitable 5 times after serving 44 years in prison for the murder of a police officer at the age of 17, right? A lot of people believe that being in prison would hold me back, right? That I would come into a new world and not be able to succeed. Well, I'm here to tell you, first of all, that I appreciate Commissioner Minor, Commissioner Chappelle, for giving me this opportunity to stand before you. Today, I work with Legacy Alliance. Today, I've had the opportunity to collaborate with the Modesto Police Department and share my experience with them so that other peace officers won't have to experience what I had committed, right? But by sharing how I got to that point in my life where I believed it was acceptable to do what I did, right? And it's through Legacy Alliance that I've had this opportunity. I've had the opportunity also to go back into prison to show that regardless of whatever case factors you may have, that if you apply yourself and commit yourself to the work, it is possible. So on the shirt, you'll see we have hope dealers, right? And that's exactly what we do. We go back in there and share that there is hope, regardless of what you may have done. Yes, it took me 44 years to get out of prison, right? But I learned a lot from that experience, and I share that experience with those within, right? I'm here to share that Legacy Alliance is an organization that 85% of us are long-term offenders or ex-long-term offenders, where we know what it takes to navigate through the complexity of getting released. I didn't know how to use a cell phone, believe it or not. You know, all those cell phones are available in prison. I understood the consequences behind it, so I never utilized one until I got out. And it was a challenge to have it, to be able to turn it on. I had to get my 13-year-old niece to show me how to do that, right? So I say this because through Legacy Alliance, we provide guidance.
Your 2 minutes have elapsed. Please conclude
and,
your statement.
Direction in regards to those who are certain long terms, and I just wanted to share a little bit of that information on and exactly what we do. And once again, I'm so appreciative of this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker card I have is for Esther Naranjo from Legacy Alliance Outreach.
Good morning, everybody. Excuse me. I was in and out of jail, and I went to prison, and I found out about Legacy Alliance through a PAC meeting, and which we no longer do due to issues with the county, as he was saying earlier. And I've stuck with them ever since. I've had my license for the first time in 35 years. I've got a car. I'm working with them. I got off parole. I am soon to be a peer support specialist, and just working with them has helped me navigate a lot. And unfortunately, with the issues that we were facing with parole and the county, during that time, we lost a lot of people that were new in our program, and they didn't get the tools. They weren't there long enough to gain the tools we were offering them, and a lot of them went out, relapsed. One we had ended up in a coma. One of them passed away and got brought back. I mean, they just had a lot of issues, and we didn't have the time to spend with them during that time because of everything that was going on with the county and parole to give them the tools to get through the hurt and get through the pain that they were facing. And I'm just asking that they just leave us alone and let us run our program. We're not doing any harm. We've made a big point in our community that we're not going anywhere, and we're here to help everybody. And we help no matter what. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker card I have is for John Solorzano from Legacy Alliance Outreach.
Okay. First of all, my name is John Solorzano. I'm a formerly incarcerated lifer. I was paroled in November of 2023. I want to thank Commissioner Schneider and Miss Kathleen Newman for giving me the opportunity. I was a domestic violence abuser for many years. When I got out, my plan A was with Legacy Alliance Outreach. When I got out, Legacy showed me how to navigate. There was things in my plans that I didn't, the stressors that I wasn't prepared for, and they stuck by me. And since then, you know, I have, you know, become a domestic violence facilitator. I'm certified in it. I'm giving back to our community. I run groups every day. And, you know, I just want to say that Legacy Alliance is a viable program. Today, I am 64 years old. I own my own vehicle. I have a home. I have dogs. I have pigeons, and I'm a tax-paying citizen. And I am also a certified drug and alcohol counselor. I'm an SUDCC2. And Legacy Alliance is a viable program. And I am really concerned where that got lost. For some reason, I'm hearing, you know, this county and the state, I go into Valley State Prison. I was going into Valley State Prison every week, and giving back to the men, giving them what this shirt says, hope. And I just here to tell you that we're a viable program.
Thank you. The next speaker card I have is from Michael Baldwin from Legacy Alliance Outreach.
Morning, Commissioners. I just want to thank you for being you, and I'm sorry for the things that you have to experience. I'm kind of grateful that I got a chance to see that, because sometimes we can become a little cynical and not really understand the impact that life has on you all. I want to thank Michelle Miner for denying me parole, and for Mr. Chappelle for denying me parole. And I want to thank Mr. Barton for finding me suitable for parole. And I committed to my parole plans that seemed far-fetched to many. But today I'm the CEO of MBS Consulting, which provides professional development to educators and law enforcement, not just in our community, but around our country. I'm also the founder and executive director, well, not any, I was removed as executive director, but I'm the COO of Legacy Alliance Outreach. And I'm also
who would like to speak in support of Marcus Simon? I'd like to give another chance to Sherry Boone. I believe your telephone number ends with 2224. You can unmute yourself by dialing *6 if you wish to speak. Sherry Boone, go ahead. Dial *6 and you can unmute yourself. Chairperson, there appear to be no more speakers in support of Marcus Simon.
Right, moderator, we will now take speakers in opposition to Marcus Simon.
Thank you, Chairperson. We do have again Julianne Walker. Ms. Walker, go ahead and unmute yourself. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak. Let's see if she's here with us.
If I may, Julianne Walker has provided me her statement, if I may read it.
Oh, sure.
If she wasn't able to be heard, she asked that I. Thank you. On behalf of Julianne Walker, I submit the following statement. Inmate saw victim with his ex-girlfriend the day before and argued. The next day, he encountered the victim again getting out of his car. He yelled at them and then fired 3 to 5 shots, hitting Joshua in the arm and body. Inmate had stated he was looking for someone to kill for his Hoover Crip gang. While the inmate claims this was a gang-related incident, it clearly is a domestic violence motivation for which the inmate needs more programming. The June 25, 2025 confidential info of EDD fraud and restitution avoidance also demonstrates current criminal thinking, failure to follow the rules, and lack of insight and remorse in continuing to prey upon victims. This is particularly true when the inmate lies to the panel about it during a hearing, as the investigation found. Therefore, LADA requests the board to revoke the grant and set a new hearing. Thank you.
Thank you.
To clarify again, that was on ALVAREZ, Commissioner. No? Was she speaking? Was she going to speak on ALVAREZ?
Yes, and I have a statement that I could read for her as well, if we can circle back to that at whatever time you'd like.
That's what I was trying to clarify, which person it was for.
This last one was for Simon.
For Simon, and why don't you go ahead and do the or the
Thank you very much.
ALVAREZ case.
Again, I think the least we can do for each other, as we all, honor the victims of what happened, is to try and give each other our patience and grace. I know this is all new for all of us, but to read it, this is as to inmate ALVAREZ. Inmate ALVAREZ participated in a gang drive-by shooting in a stolen car toward the rival gang members, but instead killed an 11-year-old girl who was walking with her 14-year-old friend and aunt. Her friend and aunt were hit with shotgun pellets. More pellets were recovered from inside an apartment near the shooting. The murdered girl was wearing pink sweatpants and a yellow shirt, not rival gang attire. She was shot in the back of the head and died from multiple wounds. The aunt was in critical condition but survived. The inmate and his associates burned the stolen car after the shooting murder. The inmate's statement in the most recent CRA, quote, "The victims were coming back from the liquor store and they got shot in the crossfire, minimized the danger to public and his responsibility for the shooting. He suggested, even after all the years in custody and programming. He has a lengthy gang history prior to prison, which continued with involvement in MA until his claim in 2016. However, there are multiple source documents in his confidential file dated much later that may contradict the inmate's claim. The June 3rd, 2025 confidential info of restitution avoidance by taking deposits from 9 family or associates of other inmates demonstrates current criminal thinking, failure to follow the rules, and lack of insight and remorse in continuing to prey upon victims. This is particularly true when the inmate lies to the panel about it during a hearing. Therefore, LADA requests the board to revoke the grant and set a new hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. If you're on the phone and you want to speak in opposition to Marcus Simon, please unmute yourself. Well, I guess we can't do that. If you would like to speak in opposition to Marcus Simon and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I'll call on you when it is your turn to speak. Is there anyone who has not spoken who wants to speak in opposition to Marcus Simon? Is there anyone else who has not spoken who wants to speak about Marcus Simon? I believe Sherry Boone.
Ms. Boone, your microphone has been enabled. If you hit *6, that should unmute you so you can make your comment.
Hello?
Yes, we hear you.
Good afternoon. This will be short. I didn't write a letter. Andrea explained my feelings and my thoughts very well, so I agree with everything she said. I want to speak from the heart. I'm so proud of Marcus. He went in as a boy, and he has matured into a young man. His family loves him, and we are proud of him. He has received his GED, an A diploma, which is the first for our family to get any type of higher education. He has an apprenticeship. I can't remember exactly what it was in. We support him. We believe that he will do well. And that's it. Thank you.
Commissioner, it appears we have no more comments on this case.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to confirm that was in support of Marcus. Okay. All right, the next case is James Smith, F38116, item 13. Moderator, please call for speakers in support. And I don't see her. Might have lost our moderator.
I think she dropped. I'm just going to pull up the speaker cards. So.
Oh, I'm available. I can moderate.
Thanks, Josh.
Not a problem. Okay. All right. Let me just get my bearings real fast. Sorry about that. If you would like to speak in support of James Smith and are on video, raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams bar, and I will call on you when it is your turn to speak. If you are on the phone and want to speak in support of James Smith, please raise your hand. I believe there's a button stroke that you can use to raise your hand. Is there anyone who has not spoken who would like to speak in support of James Smith? Chairperson, there are no speakers in support of James Smith.
Moderator, we will now take speakers in opposition to James Smith.
The first speaker we have is Britley Smith. Please be sure that you are unmuted. If you are on video, use your raise your hand function. We can enable your microphone. Yes, I see you here. I'm going to enable your microphone. You can now unmute yourself.
This is now my third statement opposing James's parole, but I will keep showing up as many times as it takes for a voice of reason to be heard. I have a responsibility to do so as one of the people still in this world who can attest to his true nature, and as a surviving niece of Joshua Smith who can no longer do so himself. Josh was murdered by James, his father, when James was 56. In California, elderly parole begins being offered when an inmate is 50 years old and presumably not dangerous. James was already 6 years past that age when he initially committed his crime. In previous meetings, it has been mentioned that he is sick and therefore not dangerous. When he shot and killed his youngest child, James had already been dealing with many health issues, including Bell's palsy, heart issues, severe diabetes, and nerve issues in his elbow and knee from a traumatic incident when he was a sheriff's deputy. People have brought up his de-escalation training from that job that he could use now to calm himself if triggered after he's released, making him not dangerous. But he had that training at the time and it didn't do Josh any good. Clearly he was then, and I have no doubt he still is capable of this or similar violence. I've watched my little sister miss days of work and even end up in the hospital as a result of this trauma. My parents have called us into family meetings to make safety plans for what we will have to do if he gets released, and I've had my own struggles. I can't watch Josh react to this process, but I do remember watching the violence at the time when James would forget who was there or just not care who could see. Josh did his best to placate him. He was kind and gentle, and this, along with the evidence of the crime scene, proves that what James claimed is not what happened. James did not have the barrage of injuries he would have had from an assault like the one he described. As discussed during his appeal, the gunpowder residue on Josh's body proved he was not hitting James when he pulled the trigger. He still claims essentially self-defense and that he shouldn't have done it, but he was tired of being attacked. As I have said the previous 2 times I've made a statement during this process, you cannot reform from something that you won't admit to. He is, to this day, a liar, an abuser, and a murderer, and does not deserve, nor is it safe for my family and the community at large to grant him parole. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker we have is Anthony Hooker. Please be sure that you are unmuted, or I apologize. Please raise your hand and I will enable your microphone for you. Your microphone has been allowed. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Anthony Hooker and I'm in opposition. 2.9 pounds and 6 pounds. These numbers represent the method that James Smith used to murder his son. A Smith & Wesson .357 Magnum weighs 2.9 pounds. It takes 6 pounds of pressure to pull the trigger. As you consider this case again today, I want you to remember James Smith chose to put 6 pounds of pressure on the trigger of a .357 Magnum while he pointed it at his son. The case before you right now is indeed a case of weight and measures. At the time of his death, Josh, a young adult, weighed 150 pounds. James Smith, a seasoned veteran of the force, weighed over 300, and he knew the weight of his actions and he chose to do it anyway. If it was a mistake, Jim would carry the weight of the world on his shoulders, but he does not, because you cannot bear the weight of a burden that you refuse to pick up. He has shown no real remorse. He blames his son and thinks good deeds done in prison absolve him of his crime, but it does not. Today, I carry the weight that James refuses to bear. I shoulder it to lighten the load that has crushed the joy of life from my family. Taking his son's life and refusing to take accountability, James has done irreparable damage to his family, resulting in fear, anger, anxiety, depression from those who he supposedly loved. The measure of a good man refers to qualities such as integrity, empathy, responsibility, and kindness. James exhibits none of these qualities. I do not believe he is rehabilitated, and I don't think his ego, his selfishness, or his narcissism would allow it. I am asking you today, please do not add weight to the already heavy burden that we bear by releasing James Smith on parole. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker we have is Robert Knox. Please raise your hand in Microsoft Teams and I will enable your microphone.
Thank you, moderator. I'm here in person. Good morning again, commissioners. On behalf of the family of and the next of kin, I just want to continue to oppose the grant of parole for this inmate and ask you to rescind his grant for 2 reasons. First of all, the confidential investigation that was conducted, I believe, substantiates institutional behavior that should be concerning to us about his rehabilitation, that he's been contacting his family and the survivors, trying to emotionally manipulate them into contact with him, either directly through letters from him or through letters concealed, is what the family tells me, inside other envelopes to disguise them. And additionally, I think he, as the family is showing you, he continues to live in denial of who his victims are and what he's done to them. And that lack of insight is scarier than anything for me. First of all, you know, if the family could be wrong about the history of violence that James Smith perpetrated against them without getting detected all their lives. But I think the fact that a confidential investigation substantiated this letter writing in violation of institution rules lends credibility, at the very least, to the family and what they're saying about these other incidents, in addition to showing that James Smith has a problem with following the rules, even if he doesn't get the RVRs. And I think he's also failing to acknowledge, you know, who his victims are. I attached transcripts from the trial that show that even during his trial, they were trying to get him for first degree because he had searches and applications for medical benefits where he was making statements saying that he wanted to kill himself and anyone around him. And the family is saying that all their lives they've witnessed this man be violent and get away with it because he had to be a police officer and stay employed. And I just think he needs to be accountable to that and own up to that if
Your
he's
2
ever
minutes
going
has
to
elapsed. Please
rehabilitate.
conclude your statement.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker we have is Teresa Smith. We're going to enable your microphone.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Honorable Commissioners, my name is Terry Smith. I am the sister of Joshua Smith, and I am speaking strongly to oppose the release of my father, James Smith, the man who murdered my younger brother. There is one sentence that will haunt me for the rest of my life. Dad, you shot me. Those were Joshua's last words. Did he scream? He didn't fight. He was in disbelief, shock, and pain. Those were just a statement. They were a plea, a question, a moment of betrayal that no child should ever experience. While my brother lay dying from a gunshot wound inflicted by his own father, James Smith did not rush to help. He didn't call out in panic to save his son's life. No, he made phone call after phone call to try to save himself. And now I'm told I only have 2 minutes to speak. 2 minutes to speak for Joshua, who no longer has a voice. 2 minutes to speak for a young man whose life was violently taken and whose last breath was wasted on a man who never deserved his trust. Joshua was compassionate, gentle, and selfless. He was kind. He was a kind of person this world needs more of, and now he's gone. My father, a former sheriff's deputy, used every trick and tool available to him to manipulate the system. He knows what to say and what sounds good. He knows what remorse looks like on paper, but that doesn't make it real. He was trained to protect lives. Instead, he took one. Dad, you shot me. Please let those words carry the weight they deserve. They were Joshua's final words, and yet today the man who caused them gets far more time and opportunity to defend himself than Joshua ever had to live. Dad, you shot me. Please do not release James Smith. My brother deserves better. We all do. Thank you for your time and for giving Joshua a voice through me. Thank you.
Thank you. If you would like to speak in opposition to James Smith and are on video, please raise your hand in the Microsoft Teams control bar, and I will call on you when it is your turn to speak. Is there anyone who's not spoken who would like to speak in opposition to James Smith? Is there anyone who has not spoken who would like to speak about James Smith? Chairperson, there are no more speakers for James Smith.
The next case is Raul Arusa, G27732, item 14. Moderator, please call for speakers in support.
Thank you, Chairperson. We have Victor Hugo Arusa. I'm going to go ahead and see if he can be on, their microphone can be enabled. Sorry, there's a very long list of attendees. Victor, we don't see him listed. Second speaker we have is Isiria Arusa Parga, or Parja. Okay, I see them. I see them. We're allowing your mic. Go ahead, Isara Aruza. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Go ahead. Your
Can
2
you hear
minutes
me?
starts when you be. Yes, go
Okay.
ahead.
Good morning. I'm here on behalf of my brother, Raul Arauza. If granted the opportunity for release, Raul will be residing with our cousin, Hugo Arauza, in Mexico, who has agreed to serve as Raul's sponsor and will provide him with ongoing and unwavering support as he readjusts to life outside of incarceration. Knowing he will be surrounded by family members who deeply care for him gives us great comfort. These family members fully understand and respect the boundaries Raul has established, including his strict commitment to avoiding any environments involving drugs or alcohol. Raul will only maintain contact with people who are committed to helping him stay on a positive and healthy path. This network of support is crucial for his continued growth and stability. Raul has expressed deep remorse for his past actions. He acknowledges that while he cannot undo what happened, he is determined to ensure it never happens again. He now fully understands the gravity of his actions and recognizes that his behavior during the incident nearly cost Enrique his life, a realization that has strengthened his resolve to live differently moving forward. Since 2019, I have personally witnessed a significant change in Raul's character. In the past, he was often impulsive, prone to acting out without fully considering the consequences of his actions, and that frequently led him into difficult situations. However, over time, Raul has learned to pause, reflect, and thoughtfully consider his choices before reacting. This new ability to manage his emotions and respond calmly is one of the clearest signs of his growth and maturity. He has also become more open with his family. Now he reaches out regularly, calling our mother and me just to talk or share what he's going through. This is something we never saw in him before, and it reflects his willingness to face challenges head on and seek support when needed. He has also been deeply dedicated to his personal rehabilitation. He has taken on the role of counselor to others and actively participates in group meetings. This commitment has been a vital part of his healing and is one that he plans to continue if he is released. His sponsor, Hugo Arauza, also attends these meetings and will continue to be available to support Raul in maintaining his attendance and accountability. Our entire family is fully prepared and committed in supporting Raul, both financially and emotionally, as he transitions back into
Your 2
society.
minutes have elapsed. Please conclude your statement.
He has made a conscious and deliberate choice to live a better life. We truly believe Raul was ready to take full responsibility for his future, and we are confident he deserves a chance to prove how far he's come. We stand by him wholeheartedly and are committed to helping him succeed every step of the way. Thank you.
Thank you. I've been informed that Hugo Aruza is here and your microphone has been enabled. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak.
Did you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, hello. Good morning. My name is Hugo Arauza. I'm living right here in Cabo San Lucas, California Sur, Mexico. Also, I'm ready to help my cousin, just in case if he's released, I start my own business. I'm a plumbing company. Also, I got 2 cars as a Uber, and I got the tools for him to do the right thing, to start working soon as he got out. And also I got a friend that works in a transport companies, moving foreign people who came from other countries like United States, Canada, or anywhere. So that's a good place to recommend him to get a job soon he got out. I'm ready to help him with anything, emotional, financial. I got my own place to live in, my own apartment right here in Cabo San Lucas. Like I say, I'm ready to help him. Also, assisting to rehab houses for people who's been in drugs. I'm kind of facilitator in those kind of houses over here in Mexico. And like I say, I'm ready to support my cousin. That's all that I gotta say. Thank you.
Thank you. If you would like to speak in support of Raul Arauza and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I'll call on you when it is your turn to speak. Is there anyone who has not spoken who would like to speak in support of Raul Arauza? Chairperson, there appear to be no more speakers in support of Raul Arauza.
right, moderator, we will now take speakers in opposition to Raul Arauza.
I'm sorry, we do appear to have one more speaker for Isaira Arauza Parja. Go ahead, Isaira. And unmute yourself.
She already spoke, moderator.
Okay, sorry about that. My apologies. I have no speaker cards in opposition. If you would like to speak in opposition to Raul Arauza and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I'll call on you when it is your turn to speak. If you're on the phone and you want to speak in opposition to Raul Arauza, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and identify yourself. Is there anyone who's not spoken who wants to speak in opposition to Raul Arauza? Is there anyone else who has not spoken who wants to speak about Raul Arauza? Chairperson, there appear to be no more speakers for Raul Arauza.
All right, the next case is Dennis Barroso, P54108, item 15. Moderator, please call for speakers in support.
Thank you. The first speaker card we have is for Robert Weed or Wide. We have enabled your microphone. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Your 2 minute starts when you begin to speak. Robert Weed, if you're speaking, or Wide, we cannot hear you. We will circle back to Robert. Daniela Gutierrez, go ahead and unmute yourself. Oh, I see we have a hand up. Go ahead, Robert. And you can unmute yourself. Your 2 minute starts when you begin to speak. Your showing is muted. It's the little microphone button up at the top. For some reason, it's showing you as muted. You may have to leave the meeting and come back in. We'll circle back to you. The next speaker card we have is Daniela Gutierrez.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Daniela Gutierrez, Dennis's former counsel. I met Dennis 3 years ago. Since then, I have personally and wholeheartedly dedicated over 800 hours of pro bono work to Dennis's case. I spent approximately 180 of those hours with Dennis, whether it be face-to-face visits, phone calls, or sitting shoulder to shoulder with him in court for over a month. I've sifted through every crevice of Dennis's life. And I sincerely believe that Dennis is a testament to the principle that youth offenders can and do reform and rise above their beginnings. And I'm not alone in this belief. I've witnessed firsthand Dennis's consistent positive evolution. I've seen him meet incredibly challenging moments with calm and dignity, whether it be sitting quietly as the most traumatic parts of his life were put under a microscope and scrutinized, or handling disappointing news with grace, acceptance, and gratitude. I have seen Dennis disheartened, even hurt, but never once angry. He uses the tools he's learned to persevere. While awaiting our hearing in county jail for 2 years, Dennis stayed away from gang activity, enrolled in more classes, and mentored younger inmates. He was appointed by officers to assist inmates with special needs and was one of 6 inmates selected for the Merit Masters program for possessing leadership qualities, a desire to give back to the community, and, quote, showing inherent signs of transformation. Even correctional officers have relayed what a positive impact Dennis had on others. But Dennis's accomplishments were not motivated by a self-serving expectation of parole. He thought that the gates had closed shut on his life. Dennis's motivation to improve his life and lives of those around him is undeniable, genuine, and heartfelt, a sincere attempt to make amends for his past mistakes, which he has lamented every day. Dennis's actions consistently match his words. He's deeply committed to positive change and a life of service. Now, the events that resulted in Dennis's incarceration are undoubtedly tragic, but there is no redemption in continuing Dennis's incarceration. Dennis has proven through his actions over the years that he does not pose a danger to the community.
Your 2 minutes have elapsed. Please conclude your statement.
And Dennis is deserving of a second chance in this world. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker card we have is for Oscar Rodriguez. Oscar Rodriguez, you can go, okay. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Or you can press *6 by telephone to unmute yourself. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak. Oscar Rodriguez, if you're speaking, we cannot hear you. If you're joining us by telephone, you can press *6. All right, we will circle back to Oscar. Melanie Cheney. Melanie Cheney, go ahead and unmute yourself or raise your hand to be unmuted. Melanie, if you're speaking, we cannot hear you. Okay, okay. Let's allow the microphone. Go ahead and unmute yourself by pressing *6 if you're joining by telephone. We'll circle back to Melanie.
Can you hear me?
Caroline, yes, go ahead.
Hello, good morning. My name is Melanie Cheney. I am a retired teacher from the Department of Corrections, where I served for 25 years. I first met Dennis in 2018 when he became a member of my mentoring group that I coordinated. I soon after that hired Dennis to work for me as a clerk in the office services class. During the years that I've known Dennis, I have never observed any behavior that would indicate a gang association. I have also witnessed Dennis on several occasions mentor younger inmates on making more positive choices and using education as a tool to keep them out of prison. Dennis has expressed to me on many occasions his desire to continue to work with at-risk youth to prevent them from living a life of incarceration. Thank you for allowing me to speak at this hearing today.
Thank you. The next speaker card I have is for Caroline Roberts. Caroline Roberts, if you're joining us, go ahead and use your perfect, I see you. Go ahead, you can unmute yourself. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak.
Hi there. Before I speak, is it okay if we circle back to Robert Vida? I think he's fixed his technical difficulties.
Absolutely. He's on our list. So go ahead, Robert. Unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. Honorable Commissioners of the Parole Board, thank you for hearing my comments. I'm an Associate Professor of Sociology at California State University, Los Angeles. I'm also a faculty advisor and co-founder of our Project Rebound program for formerly incarcerated students. I'm a certified expert witness on the expert witness list for the Los Angeles County Superior Court. I've testified and worked on cases involving gang allegations up and down our state and throughout the country. I'm also a board member of the Division of Critical Criminology in the American Society of Criminology. Dennis Barroso is a formerly matriculated student of ours, having been admitted to our undergraduate program at Lancaster State Prison. As a formerly matriculated student, he is virtually guaranteed readmittance to Cal State LA upon reapplying. Our Project Rebound staff can guide him through the application process for virtually guaranteed admittal to the university. I can assure you that Dennis will be employed by Project Rebound and/or myself as a research assistant, and I would personally be his advisor and supervisor. We have many students, Project Rebound students on campus who are housed at Kavanaugh House, adjacent to our campus, upon being released, and presumably Dennis would also be afforded that opportunity. And I would also like to see Dennis receive employment, education, and other support services at Homeboy Industries. Project Rebound works closely with Kavanaugh House and Homeboy Industries, and we have had dozens, if not hundreds, of students succeed with their support, including numerous lifers. I'd like to remind the board that Project Rebound students have a 0% recidivism rate and outperform the student grade average by far. We have students who've moved on to graduate school, law school, and even PhD programs.
Your 2 minutes has elapsed. Please conclude your statement.
Thank you for your consideration of my comments.
Thank you. Go ahead and unmute yourself, Caroline Roberts. I see you're still with us.
Yes, I am. And then if it's okay after I speak, if we could go back and see if Mr. Oscar Rodriguez is available.
Absolutely.
Okay, but I can make my statement now.
Go ahead.
Thank you. On March 5th, Mr. Barroso was found suitable for parole at his initial youth offender hearing. In June, Governor Newsom referred Mr. Barroso's parole grant for an en banc hearing. Under the law, a parole grant must become final unless the board finds that a panel made an error of fact or law or that new information is presented to the board. The governor's letter did not reference any of these, instead only citing Mr. Barroso's well-known history of gang involvement up until 2016 as a basis for further review. This was extensively addressed by the panel at his parole hearing. The panel praised Mr. Barroso for his, quote, willingness to be honest when discussing his gang history. They were interested in how his insight and management of his risk for gang relapse was tested when he was in the LA County Jail from September 2022 to September 2024. The panel noted how Mr. Barroso was able to continue to, quote, stay away from the negative influences and actually use his time in county jail as an opportunity to help younger people make better choices. Mr. Barroso has continued to show his commitment to gang relapse management and his passion for youth intervention work since his hearing. Earlier this month, he went to a special classification committee where he was reassigned to the YOP Mentor Intern Program, a privilege normally denied for LWOP residents. In his statement submitted to the board for today, he talks about how he is already continuing to mentor young men that he met in the county jail through the YOP program at Solano, showing them that a better pro-social way is possible. Mr. Barroso is ready for parole. We respectfully request that the board affirm the panel's well-reasoned decision to grant him release. Thank you.
Thank you. I see we have Oscar Rodriguez. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak. Oscar, if you're speaking, we cannot hear you. You can also unmute yourself by pressing *6 if you're joining us by telephone. I can see you on the list, and I can see that you're still muted. You may have to leave the meeting and come back in. We will move on and we'll circle back to Oscar. If you would like to speak in support of Dennis Barroso and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I'll call on you when it is your turn to speak. Is there anyone who is not?
I'm sorry again. We have another participant. I think she's having trouble raising her hand. Her name is Ida Flint.
Do you have a phone number or some kind of identifying information for her? I don't seem to see her on the list.
Yes, she is on phone, and the last 4 digits of her phone number are 2020. And also, I think Oscar Rodriguez might be unmuted now.
Okay, Oscar, go ahead. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak. Oscar, if you're speaking, we cannot hear you. Okay, we'll circle back to Oscar. Phone number ending in 2020. If you press *6, you can unmute yourself and go ahead and speak. Phone number ending in 2020. If you're speaking, we cannot hear you. One more chance for Oscar Rodriguez. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Is there anyone else who has not spoken who would like to speak in support of Dennis Barroso? Chairperson, there appear to be no more speakers in support of Dennis Barroso.
Moderator, we will now take speakers in opposition to Dennis Barroso.
Thank you, Chairperson. I have a speaker card for Julianne Walker. Ms. Walker, are you able to join us? I see that you're with us and I see that your microphone is showing as unmuted. If you're
She is attempting to call in, so I think she might be trying to press *6 on her personal number. If that doesn't work,
what are the last four of her number if you happen to have it, sir? And I can enable it. I can see you, Julianne. You might have to call in, yes. But, oh, okay. 5241, so you're already in? Perfect. Thank you so much for your patience. All right, we have allowed the line. Go ahead and press *6. I do see that the phone number is now unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Go for it.
Well, okay. Let's see if I can get through one of these. All right. Maybe this will keep me shorter. I don't know. Sorry about that. All right. Inmate Barroso was involved in a robbery crew with his gang associates. Apart from minimizing his life crime, he's claiming that the victim made an aggressive movement toward them, and that's why he was shot. He also has lied as recently to the 2024 clinician regarding his gang activities, and there are multiple entries in his confidential information to assess whether or not he was true about the time he's left the gang and his various activities. He had a 2021 cell phone violation, which is recent, especially given that is how MA conducts business, and he admits that he is a high-ranking person in MA. He is exactly the type of person who will go out on the street and become a boss, a hit caller, or whatever you want to call him, shot caller, out on the street. And as such, he has not had a significant pro-social behavior long enough, so significant pro-social behavior in prison, and still represents an unreasonable risk to public safety. And the people ask that this grant be set for a rescission hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. If you would like to speak in opposition to Dennis Barroso and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I'll call on you when it is your turn to speak. Is there anyone who has not spoken who wishes to speak in opposition to Dennis Barroso? Is there anyone else who has not spoken who would like to speak about Dennis Barroso? Chairperson, there appear to be no more speakers for Dennis Barroso.
I'm sorry, can we have our two people that weren't able to speak just give one last try? I think one of them has her hand raised right now.
All right, thank you. All right, go ahead and press *6 to unmute yourself if you wish to speak, if you're joining us by telephone.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I would like to thank the panel for allowing me to speak. My name is Oscar Rodriguez. I'm a former juvenile lifer. Dennis Barroso and I have been friends since we were teenagers. I have seen a gradual maturity, growth, and also remorse in Mr. Barroso. And this was while I was still incarcerated. Today, I am actually a free man, off parole small business owner here in the city of Los Angeles. I live alone. I have my own apartment in the city of Los Angeles. I'm a professional dog trainer, and I would like to share a personal story experience I had with Mr. Barroso. Later in the time spent in incarceration, where I witnessed his remorse and his change, really, understanding that he is unable to change any of the horrible things that he was actually convicted for. I watched him enroll into school, enroll into different self-help groups, where I actually became one of his gang relapse mentors, and he began to soar in education and just transform before my eyes. And this is when we became young adults, and even once I got in my early 40s, I would like to share how he started to encourage me to go into college, community college, and I was telling him that I didn't believe that I had enough in my schedule to fit in community college, but he continued to push me. And once I actually went there, I discovered that I could find the time for it. And this is who Mr. Barroso became and has and is today. A person that started to pursue education and other changes within CDCR.
Thank you, sir. Your
Mr.
2 minutes is up. Please conclude your comments.
Yes, of course, but to benefit others there in the vicinity, even when he didn't even think it was possible for him to get out. I will offer Mr. Barroso an opportunity to get a job with me, and I would just like to thank you for letting me speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And phone number ending in 2020. Go ahead and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak. You're still showing as muted. See that you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Ida Flint, and I met Dennis Barroso when I became the outside coordinator for the Alternatives to Violence project at Wasco State Prison in 2017. In the almost 10 years I have known Mr. Barroso, I have only known him to be the man you see before you today. A man that spends his days working, educating himself, and searching out and participating in every program that is available to him. Mr. Barroso grew up in prison. He spent his entire adult life in a place that can tempt and encourage folks to fall into their worst selves. And while Mr. Barroso may have taken time to find himself, for as long as I have known him, he has actively sought out inner transformation and balance. Dennis has been and continues to be a pillar in our community. One of the fundamental tenets of AVP is that each of our workshops must be diverse. Not only did Dennis, as my head clerk, ensure that our workshops were filled with all kinds of different people, he led each one with a vulnerability and emotional honesty, reflecting a deep personal growth and clear break from his gang culture that once defined him. In the time I have known Dennis, I have seen him work with and support countless others as they prepare to go home. From my program at Wasco, there are at least 5 facilitators that Dennis befriended, mentored, and ultimately helped make that transition, where I might add they have successfully completed their parole and are doing the things that they promised at their own board hearings. They are getting married, building families, pursuing higher education, starting their own business, and one even works for CDCR. And I can say with complete confidence that if you ask any of them, they would all say that Dennis helped them get there. And in return, Dennis will be released back to that same diverse community. He will be surrounded by folks that have successfully made the transition to a free life. He will have people to help him find work, to uplift him and hold him accountable, who will follow up with his RPP.
Please conclude your statement.
And ultimately make sure he is in a healthy and safe space. He will not be on this on his own, and we are all committed to help him come home. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who has not spoken who wants to speak about Dennis Barroso? Chairperson, there appear to be no more speakers for Dennis Barroso.
All right, thank you, moderator. At this time, the board will be taking a half-hour recess. The time is 10 after 12. Thank you. All right, looks like everybody's back. Our next case is Ryan Barry Wervinden. And it looks like AI2722. This is item 16. Moderator, can you please call for speakers in support?
Thank you, Chairperson. If you would like to speak in support of Ryan Barry Vierwinden and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I'll call on you when it is your turn to speak. See, we have Antu Nguyen. Antu, I'm going to go ahead and allow your mic. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Thanks everybody. Good afternoon, and to the honorable commissioners of the Board of Parole. Thank you for the opportunity to let me speak today in support of my friend Ryan. My name is Antu Nguyen. I am a former lifer and former youth offender who is now a peer navigator working directly within our jails to support individuals on their journey towards rehabilitation and reintegration into society. I had the privilege to be denied and granted parole by the Honorable Commissioner O'Mara. I've known Ryan since around 2020, and during our time together when I was in prison, I witnessed not only his commitment to personal growth, but also his deep desire to give back to the community that he once struggled against. Ryan's embraced every opportunity for self-improvement. He has engaged in various programs, furthered his education, and developed skills that will undoubtedly aid him in his reentry. Beyond that, he has an understanding of challenges that lie ahead, and I'm so sure that he's prepared to meet them head on. As someone who has also walked the difficult path of incarceration for the last 2 decades, I recognize the complexity of re-entering society. That's why I'm here today, because I genuinely believe that with the right support, Ryan can not only succeed, but thrive. I'm committed to helping him navigate the community upon his release. I will stand by his side, ready to assist him in finding resources, building connections, and fostering a positive support network. Reintegration is a crucial step in breaking the cycle of recidivism, and Ryan has demonstrated that he is not only ready to take that step, but is also capable of inspiring others along the way. So thank you for your time. And once again, thank you, Commissioner O'Mara.
Thank you. If you would like to speak in support of Ryan Barry Vierwinden and are on video, please raise your hand. Is there anyone who has not spoken who wants to speak in support of Ryan Barry Vierwinden? Chairperson, there appear to be no more speakers in support of Ryan Barry Vierwinden. Oh, sorry, we have one more hand raised for Rhonda Vierwinden. Go ahead. Let's see, we are enabling your microphone. You can unmute yourself now. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My name is Rhonda Vierwinden. I am Ryan's mom. And I just have to say on behalf of Ryan, after having several years in prison, he has made remarkable growth. He has participated in several groups in the system for education. He's furthered his education. He's tried to reach out. He's been in several groups. He helps others. I feel like Ryan has really grown a lot and learned a lot. Sorry, this is really hard. But I feel like Ryan has a very good attitude and a good outlook on life, and he wants to get out and start his life over again. He's married, has a family. His family, myself, as well as his brother and other family members, are very willing to help him emotionally, financially. I live out of state. I visit Ryan often, and I'm willing and able to help him any way I possibly can, financially, emotionally. I really ask that you please consider granting him parole. I feel he can be a productive member back to society and willing to help others. And I really want to thank you all for all your considerations that you've given him. And thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who has not spoken who would like to speak in support of Ryan Barry Veerwinden? Chairperson, it appears that now there are no more speakers in support of Ryan Barry Veerwinden.
Moderator, we will now take speakers in opposition to Barry Van Winden.
Thank you, Chairperson. The first speaker card I have is for Dana Greason. Mr. Greason, if you would go ahead and unmute yourself, I believe we've enabled your microphone.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon. This inmate was involved in an inexplicable murder of a young woman where she was beaten and strangled to death. At the very least, the inmate set her up, brought the killer to her room in an ambush, watched as she was strangled to death for minutes, and then bagged up her body to dump. He returned later with his co-suspect and they burned her body. He takes no responsibility for this murder in any real way. He says he did not plan to have her killed. He was not physically involved in the murder despite having fingernail scratches under his eyes when he left the room, was threatened by his co-defendant to bag up the body, and had no idea the body was going to be burned. Despite the jury verdict finding that he did have the intent to kill, he specifically denied it in his hearing. His motive for the crime, according to him, was to gain the affections of a woman involved in this group. How being involved in the murder of another young woman met these needs is a mystery to me. The lack of insight and blame shifting is consistent with the manipulative criminal thinking that he has demonstrated for years. He manipulated staff and others to move drugs and contraband in prison as early as 2010, and then again for many months up until 2020. He made about $40,000 doing this in prison. And one of the other events got his wife, who is now using as an accountability partner, arrested by manipulating her into getting involved in the drug trade. The board questioned how he could have been involved in all this programming during this and still be involved in the drug trade. He stated he was manipulating the system to look good to get out, but not this time, or we are to believe. While the inmate stated he turned it all around to honor his victims in 2020, his actions were different. In 2019, he filed a motion to have his conviction overturned, stating he was not responsible for the murder. When that motion was denied, he appealed. He lost the appeal. He then filed the same motion in December of 2022, lost that, and then lost his appeal again in December of 2023. The inmate's actions speak louder than his programming. He says he takes responsibility for the crime, but denies intent, knowledge, the killing was going to occur, says he was forced to participate, and never brought up he was making legal maneuvers to get out to the board.
Your 2 minutes have elapsed. Please conclude your statement.
We believe he is not safe to be released. Thank you.
Thank you. If you would like to speak in opposition to Ryan Barry Veerwinden and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and we'll call on you when it is your turn to speak. Is there anyone who has not spoken who wants to speak in opposition to Ryan Barry Veerwinden? Is there anyone else who has not spoken who wants to speak about Ryan Barry Veerwinden? Chairperson, there appear to be no more speakers for Ryan Barry Veerwinden.
The next case is Antonio Casula, AG 9420, item 17. Moderator, please call for speakers in support.
Thank you. I have no speaker cards. If you would like to speak in support of Antonio Casula and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I'll call on you when it is your turn to speak. Is there anyone who has not spoken who wants to speak in support of Antonio Casula? Chairperson, there appear to be no speakers in support of Antonio Costula.
Moderator, we will now take speakers in opposition to Antonio Casula.
Thank you. If you would like to speak in opposition to Antonio Casula and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I'll call on you when it is your turn to speak. Is there anyone who has not spoken who would like to speak in opposition to Antonio Casula? Is there anyone who has not spoken who would like to speak about Antonio Casula? Chairperson, there appear to be no speakers for Antonio Casula.
The next case is Joseph Daly, K06244, item 18. Moderator, please call for speakers in support.
Thank you. The first speaker we have is Denise Hernandez. Denise, if you're with us, we have enabled your microphone. Go ahead and unmute yourself, either in Teams or by pressing *6. Go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Denise Hernandez. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm the program director at VTC for the LTOR program, where we've accepted Mr. Daly. We are a program that supports veterans as they re-enter society post-incarceration. Services that we provide to support our veterans are we connect them to parole immediately. We pick them up as they're released. We connect them to case management. We provide food, clothing, cell phone, and transportation. We offer peer support from both staff and program participants. And as you guys may already know, our program has operated at a 0% recidivism rate. As a veteran, we'll connect Mr. Daly to VA for healthcare. We'll connect him to the VSO office for veteran benefits, and we'll also connect him to additional veteran programs that support him through employment, income, and housing. We also offer in-prison programming that Mr. Daly's been a participant of, and two of our facilitators, Marcus Blevins and Tom Lamphere, both speak very highly of Mr. Daly. So with that support, we've gladly accepted him into our program. Thank you. That concludes my statement.
Thank you. The next speaker card I have is for Ron Self. Ron Self, I do not see Ron Self in the list. So we'll circle back to Ron Self. I don't have a phone number for them to see if they're here or not. So the next speaker I have is Sandra Nyholm. Sandra, we're working to see if we can enable your microphone. Sandra Nyholm, there she is. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of Mr. Daly. I've had the privilege of working with Mr. Daly over the past 3.5 years through my role as a volunteer with the Victim Insights Project, Cultivating Learning, Empathy, and Repair, the CLEAR program, designed to support individuals in developing personal accountability and deeper insights into the harm they have caused. Our work together has been conducted entirely through CLEAR's correspondent program. And while I have not met Mr. Daly in person, our consistent written exchanges have provided me with meaningful insights into his growth, values, and dedication to change. Mr. Daly has never minimized the impact of the horrific nature of his crime, killing his infant son Tristan by shaking him and slamming him against the wall. Through his written reflections, he consistently accepted full responsibility for his actions and expressed deep remorse for the irreversible harm caused to Kara and her family, harm that he knows will affect the lives of his victims and their families forever. He has demonstrated emotional maturity in recognizing that while he cannot undo the pain he caused, he can choose to live each day in a way that honors accountability and change. Throughout our correspondence, Mr. Daly consistently demonstrated accountability for the impact of his actions to his victims, his community, and himself. He engaged fully in exploring the origins of his choices, the consequences of his behavior, and the values he wishes to uphold moving forward. From my perspective, Mr. Daly has demonstrated humility, self-discipline, and dedication to accountability and healing. His consistent effort, despite personal and institutional challenges, underscores his readiness for reentry. I have offered my ongoing support to Mr. Daly following his release, and he has accepted. I believe Mr. Daly is prepared to transition successfully into society and to contribute positively as a community member and leader. I respectfully ask the board to consider the depth of Mr. Daly's rehabilitation and his demonstrated readiness for parole. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. The next speaker card I have is for Terrell Daly. Terrell Daly, go ahead. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak.
Hello, my name is Terrell Daly. I am Joseph's father. When I consider the murder of my grandson, of how it has affected his mother, his family, my son, and his family, I often think of what could have been. All those mentions have suffered much pain. Lives have never been the same after a brutal crime like this. I have seen in Joseph's tears, I've heard more often in his voice of his remorse and agony of his actions. The pain has not lessened, but he has accepted his guilt and started building a new life. I remember the anger Joseph had when he was first incarcerated. I had angst that he would fall into the prison mentality and just give up and roll with the flow. But about midway through his term, he changed his outlook and started planning to have a future outside of prison. A new drive seemed to be born in him to excel in whatever he was doing. Commendation letters started coming in as he began to be an asset to the prison, and he began to thrive. He began talking about using his past to help others recover from what he had been through. Thus, he started participating in Veterans Healing Veterans and began making a difference in others. As he began this, not only did he start helping others, but his support grew as other veterans poured into his life. His family continued to give mental, moral, and financial help and will continue in the future as needed. The promise of a position with Veterans Healing Veterans has excited him, knowing that he will have employment doing what he loves, helping others. I believe he has made the changes necessary to live a positive life and play a positive role in society. I respectfully ask that you uphold his grant for parole. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker card we have is for Joyce Daly. Joyce, go ahead. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak.
I hope I can speak. My name is Joyce Daly, and I want to know how I can describe the changes in Joseph's life in 2 minutes. That may sound like a silly question, but there has been such a positive and a drastic change in his life that it's hard to put into words. Joseph has on many occasions shown that he has taken responsibility for what he has done, and that had remorse for the actions. As a mother, I can only imagine the grief Carrie has experienced, and often he has expressed regret. I have been amazed at how he has grown into a confident man. He has tried to equip and prepare himself for the future. His desire to help his fellow veterans speak highly for him in my book. He talks with passion when he starts telling us about veterans, healing veterans. I am so proud that he has been promised a job with the organization so he can gainfully employ doing something he loves. I believe he has a very good support group with his family, but also with the veterans he has helped along the way. As a stepmother, I feel very assured that he will make a good facilitator with VHB. When we talk on the phone, I stand amazed at the spiritual walk he has developed with the Lord. I believe he prays about things that come about in his life. I truly believe that he trusts the Lord to guide him and direct him through his prayer life. Since his last board hearing, his total attitude towards life has changed a 180-degree turn. He truly wants to make a difference in other lives, and I believe a bright future is for him and a better world for his efforts. I pray and I ask that he be delivered from this prison and be able to go into life like he should, because he is a stronger man today. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, ma'am. The next speaker card we have is for Stephen Grace. I see you're here with your hand raised. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak.
Okay, you have me?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Members of parole hearing,
My name is Steve Grace. I would like to thank you for allowing me to voice my support for Joseph Daly at this hearing today. I'm a civilian liaison volunteer with Veterans Healing Veterans from the Inside Out. As a parent of 2 young men and a grandparent to a granddaughter, I cannot imagine the grief and sadness experienced by Carrie, her family, the Daly family, and the first responders to this tragedy with little Tristan. Mr. Daly acknowledges and carries responsibility for this tragic event and will for the rest of his life. To my knowledge, Mr. Daly has maintained sobriety since 2016 and is engaged in numerous programs aimed at addiction, as well as understanding the root causes of these addictions and developing tools to help prevent and address the root causes. He's been engaged with VHV since 2017. Mr. Daly has shown his commitment to bettering himself and others while incarcerated. He has helped countless men through their journeys to be better men and examine themselves in that effort. Through programs like VHV, NA, AA, as well as other resources provided through the Veterans Transition Center, I feel strongly that Mr. Daly will have the outside support that is needed to transition into the free and civilian world. Please know that he will not be alone, as myself, as well as Isaiah Thompson, Deputy Director of VHV, Ron Self, Founder and Executive Director of VHV, all live locally to Mr. Daly's transitional housing placement. We're committed to helping Mr. Daly transition and maintain his presence as a productive and fellow member of the local community. In closing, I would ask that you see fit to find Mr. Daly suitable. Please allow him to be another beacon and example next to men like Mr. Thompson and Mr. Self. Allow him the ability to show the world that yes, people can make horrible choices, but given the proper guidance and tools, can reform themselves in their thinking and contribute to this world in a positive and caring and compassionate way. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker card is for Ron Self. Ron Self, if you're with us, go ahead and raise your hand so that we can enable your microphone, because we don't see you in the list. Ron Self, if you're raising your hand, we can't see it on our end. All right, we'll circle back to Ron. Isaiah Thompson. Isaiah Thompson, if you're with us, go ahead and raise your hand so we can enable your microphone.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Speaking on behalf of Ron Self, who had a medical emergency this morning and will be unable to attend, he told me I could also speak through my letter on his behalf. I want to begin by thanking the Honorable Board Commissioners for this opportunity to speak on behalf of Mr. Daly. I begin by expressing my sorrow and empathy for the victims, Carrie, Tristan, her family, the Daly family, as well as the first responders and the community at large. I, by the way, am the Deputy Director of Veterans Healing Veterans. This statement is in no way meant to minimize the severity of the actions of Mr. Daly, but to express to the Honorable Justices the support team and system we have set up to assist him with a successful transition. I've known Mr. Daly since 2017, when he and I were both in Solano State Prison. I've since paroled and been off parole now for 2 years and have become the Deputy Director. I have mentored and become his accountability partner, along with the sound, tried, and tested support team that are committed to this process. This team consists of myself, Ron Self, the Executive Director for VHV, Robert Grace, who you just spoke to, counselor and life coach, and our staff and connected organizations. Mr. Daly has shown an extraordinarily high level of cognition and insight into his past maladaptive thinking, as well as his ability to assist others through the process of accountability, self-discovery, understanding triggers, coping skills, healing, and more. As a result of his hard work and diligence, a job offer with a livable wage has been extended to Mr. Daly, in which he has accepted. This job offer is in conjunction with his support network, adding to his continued transformation and living amends by dedicating his time, passion, and energy to public service to those in need. I will be working side by side with Mr. Daly during his transition and beyond, ensuring that he has 24-hour access to me as his accountability partner and colleague. History and our tracking record has proven this process viable and sustainable, as we have 100%.
Your 2 minutes have elapsed. Please conclude your statement.
In closing, I would like to briefly touch on the trust that he has established with me And I want to say that Mr. Daly's intuitive attributes has transitioned into expanding our curriculum, implementing and updating class instructional paradigms, and bringing fresh adaptable ideas for the expansion and proliferation
Sir,
of
I'm sorry, your time has elapsed.
Thank you for your time, and I hope you find Mr. Daly soon.
Thank you. The next speaker card I have is for Tony Laskowski. Tony, if you're with us, go ahead and raise your hand. I see the hand raised. Go ahead. You're enabling your microphone. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak. You're still showing as muted. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm here.
Gotcha,
My
go
name is
ahead.
Dr. Tony Laskowski. I've known Joseph since he was 4 years old and was his first visitor when he was sent to prison as his pastor. I witnessed his remorse and his struggle over Tristan's murder. Tristan's murder was devastating to all of us and inexcusable. But Joseph takes full responsibility and has sincere remorse. And I've seen Joseph face his problems, acknowledge his weaknesses, and make necessary changes in his life. I've seen him accomplish constructive changes since his last parole hearing, such as how he handles his emotions, stressful situations in a calm and collective way, now and no longer gets upset if things don't go the way he thinks they should. I can see that he is proud to be able to get it right during the stressful times that comes up in his life, and he's proud of the good decisions that he makes now. I saw evidence of this increased ability to handle responsibility when he voluntarily facilitated weekly groups through Peer Health and did such an excellent job that the psychologist recommended him to implement the program, the CTF Soledad, when he was transferred. I can see that he's demonstrated his remorse, accountability, and insight through the positive transformative work he's done on himself and to make his amends for his crime and how that is important to him. He's encouraged me over the years. The last time we communicated, I was in the hospital nearly dying. He took time to write me to let me know that he was praying for me, and this shows me he's no longer self-absorbed but has compassion for others and their needs. I will support him in any way that is needed and would hold him accountable to do the right things. He will have be an asset to our society with all he has accomplished and with his
Your 2 minutes have
encouraging
elapsed. Please
qualities.
conclude your statement.
I respectfully request that you uphold his parole grant. And thank you very much, and you have a blessed day.
Thank you. The next speaker we have is Ron McNichols. Ron McNichols, go ahead and unmute yourself. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak. Yes, I see that your hand is raised. Your mic is enabled. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Okay, if you're speaking, we cannot hear you.
Hello,
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
I'm Joseph's stepfather. I have witnessed his accountability and deep remorse for the horrific and inexcusable murder of his son and for the death, the pain, and harm he has caused so many people. I've seen genuine evidence of his compassion, understanding, and empathy in the way he interacts with his family members and peers and how he wants to encourage them and help them to solve issues. Since his previous parole hearing, I recognize how much better he manages his emotions, stress in a calm, positive, pro-social, and responsible way. He no longer makes impulsive decisions, and I can see that he uses the knowledge obtained from all of his self-help classes to address issues that pertain to anger management and domestic violence. His behavior shows me that his improved emotional intelligence and maturity gives him the ability to interpret and manage his emotions and the emotions of others, and he greatly healthy in the stable relationship with his friends and peers. He proves daily his commitment to enriching his veteran community by interacting and facilitating to the best of his ability. I recognize his self-awareness of pro-social decisions he makes daily, the sustained changes made in his life, and the hard work it took to accomplish these sweeping changes to break the cycle of violence in his life. I know that he has valid parole plans and has developed a vast support network and many accountability partners to help him with a successful reentry into society. My wife and I are part of that and have planned for Joseph's parole and have funds set aside to support him in any way needed. I humbly ask that you uphold his parole granted, and thank you and God bless.
Thank you. Sharon McNichols, I see you're with us. Go ahead, and your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak.
I have a second statement to read for Jacob Ursillo, who is at Navy boot camp. Is that okay?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. I am Joseph's mother, and I was shattered by his inexcusable and horrifying murder of his own son. Because of his actions, we have all suffered unimaginable pain, especially Carrie, Tristan's mother. I've stayed in touch with my son during his 30 years in prison. I've seen him develop deep remorse, determination to be a better man, his growth through the years, and especially the positive effects of the transformative work he has done within himself since his last parole hearing. I can see that Joseph now has healthy, stable, and satisfying relationships, can communicate well with others, and has greater emotional and mental well-being, as evidenced by successfully being the lead facilitator for 5 groups of veterans. I can tell through his interactions with the veterans and other facilitators that he knows his strengths and has more confidence in his abilities. He now uses his management tools to make good proactive decisions. His self-awareness work and increased emotional intelligence allows him to own, understand, and manage his emotions in a healthy, pro-social way during stressful situations, as well as empathize with the emotions and concerns of others. I can see his compassion now and how he wants to make a positive difference with his own life and in the lives of others. People have called me whose life he has positively impacted, telling me how thankful they are that he cared enough to mentor and help them heal from their past traumas and harmful behaviors. In the past, Joseph was self-absorbed and kept to himself and didn't interact with others. He addressed prior substance use with NA, is currently enrolled in the program, and will take advantage of NA and DTC along with other rehabilitative programs. His parole and relapse prevention plans are solid, and he has an extensive support network of family, veterans, friends, co-workers, and accountability partners who will assist him in any way needed to ensure a successful re-entry into society. My husband and I will support him until he starts his job and is financially stable. I respectfully ask that you uphold his grant of parole. Thank you.
Thank you. And you'd like to read your letter now?
Yes. Thank
Go
you
ahead.
for reminding me. My name is Jacob Ursillo. My mother is Marianne Ursillo. Joseph Lee Daly was my mom's boyfriend. I have known him since I was 7 years old. I am now 17 years old, currently in the Navy. Lee has been an important part of my young life. I grew up not knowing my biological dad, and Lee has been an amazing father figure to me. He has and continues to support me in every aspect of my life. He has helped me become the young man I am now, giving me lots of advice that helped me get through my teen years. Even though Lee and my mom are no longer together, he still continues to be there for me. He calls me regularly on the phone every week. I can say that I am blessed that I get to have a dad in Lee, and I cannot wait to meet him and hug him in person when he gets out. Please confirm his parole that's granted.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
The next speaker card I have is for Deborah Loskowski. Deborah, if you're with us, go ahead and unmute yourself. Oh, perfect. I see. Yes.
Hey,
2 minutes
good
starts when you
afternoon.
begin to speak.
Okay. As his aunt, I have known him all of his life, as well as if he was my own child, and never would have thought that Joseph was ever capable of taking a life. Tristan's murder was inexcusable and devastating to deal with the pain and loss. I made several prison visits with my sister, who is Joseph's mom, and continued close contact with letters, cards, and phone calls over the past years. And I've seen the struggles that he has faced in dealing with what he has done. Joseph has taken full responsibility and has shown true remorse. There has been positive changes that I've witnessed that did not happen overnight, and massive changes since his last parole hearing. He has become effective in managing his emotions, no longer making impulsive decisions. He's taken self-help classes. He's completed vocational training, and he's a facilitator for 5 veteran groups helping others cope with life decisions. Over the years, not only has he encouraged inmates, but he's encouraged me. One example of Joseph's maturity is his concern and helpful comments during a time when I was seriously thinking about leaving a position I had been employed in for 20 years. He calmly advised me to weigh out all the pros and cons. The main thing that impressed me so much is that he took the time there on the phone to pray that I would make the right decision. I believe Joseph Daly will be a positive contributor to society and an asset to any community where he resides. And I urge you to give him this opportunity to prove himself. And I ask the commissioners to please uphold his parole. I will be willing to assist him financially, emotionally, spiritually, and provide him with unconditional love. He has an extensive support network of families, co-workers, friends, and accountability partners.
Your 2 minutes have elapsed. Oh, okay. Please, thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker card we have is for Lois McCandless. Lois, if you're with us, go ahead and unmute yourself. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I have known Joseph since 1999, and we have corresponded back and forth over the years, talked on the phone, and his mother and stepfather, which is my brother, keeps me appraised of everything going on in his life. I have prayed for him, and in turn, he has prayed for me and my family many times. He has a lot of compassion for those who are sick or hurting, and that is a reversal of his first few years in prison. We have a very good relationship, and I look forward to giving him my spiritual and emotional support. He can call me anytime, day or night, and he is always welcome in my home. I know he murdered his baby, Tristan, and it was horrific. I've watched his mother struggle with the fact that he took Tristan's life. It has been very hard for her, but I sense that amazing healing has taken place. That is due to Joseph's immense and positive growth and the life-changing work he has done to make himself a better person, notably since his last parole hearing. He has addressed prior substance use within NA programs and is currently in the program. He has a promise of employment. He has a promise of his veterans where he will begin working as soon as he is settled, allowing him to continue to enrich his veteran community by helping them to heal from past traumas and bad decisions. This lets him help making living amends for his crime. I recognize and very proud of and at awe by his positive turnaround through the transformative work he has done within himself. I ask you respectfully to please uphold his parole grant. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker card I have is for Cheryl Hopkins. Cheryl Hopkins, if you're with us, go ahead and unmute. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak. Go ahead.
Can you?
Yes.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I have known Joseph since 2004 when I first met his mother. We have corresponded over the years, and I have written support letters for him in the past, including job offers. I can clearly see the remorse Joseph carries for his horrific murder of Tristan, along with his shame and guilt for the magnitude of the harm and pain he caused his victims. In my conversations with him, he has never attempted to excuse, minimize, or defend his actions. I firmly support affirming Joseph's parole grant of $326.25 because I have witnessed many positive transforming changes in Joseph since I first met him, and most specifically since his last parole hearing. I recognize that his transformation into the man I see today is because of his willingness to do the difficult work to become his best self, allowing him to accomplish a complete turnaround in his life. The old Joseph was extremely self-centered. He now recognizes and calls himself on irrational thoughts or behaviors and chooses instead to use healthy, pro-social coping mechanisms. I can see now how he better manages his emotions and any stress in a responsible, calm, and pro-social way, and how much better his life is because he no longer makes impulsive decisions and manages his self-talk well. I can also see that his increased mental and emotional well-being has allowed him to have success in whatever he attempts and helps him now to have stable and healthy relationships with his family, friends, and peers. He has practical parole and relapse prevention plans and a huge network of supporters and accountability partners who are eagerly waiting to help him transition back into society. Veterans Healing Veterans has promised him a position with a significant salary, and he will parole to Veterans Transitional Center. I look forward to supporting Joseph emotionally and prayerfully into the affirmation of his parole grant. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker card I have is from Joseph Magazzini. Joseph, I can see you're with us. Go ahead and unmute. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak.
Good afternoon. My name is Joseph Magazzini. I had the privilege of representing Mr. Daly at his parole suitability hearing. The crime here is obviously horrific. As a new father of a baby boy myself, it's very difficult for me to wrap my head around. But as the board is aware, we're not here to determine sufficient punishment for the gravity of the crime. We're here to determine whether Mr. Joseph Daly has changed and is rehabilitated as he sits here today. And I want to point out that the governor asked this board to review something very specific, whether he has sufficient relapse prevention plans and social supports. And he clearly does. He submitted detailed relapse prevention plans at his hearing. He was able to fluidly discuss them at the hearing. Likewise, in the CRA, it was noted that he presented detailed relapse prevention plans targeting his violence and feasible parole plans, and he was able to verbalize extensive detail signifying his comprehension of those plans. I think some of the concern expressed by the governor here may arise from what was written in the risk management recommendations, in which the clinician said he would benefit from identifying potential deal breakers and boundaries in the context of relationships, and that would be crucial for him to maintain social supports. I would ask the panel to look at his relapse prevention plans, beginning on page 110 of the 10-day, specifically his strategies for healthy relationships, which deal with that exact issue. They are personal, detailed, sufficient. I would also point out that in terms of social supports, obviously as evidenced by the appearance of so many people today, he has significant social support. An issue's been made in the past of the fact that certain people within his support network have enabled negative behavior in the past. But I want to point out that his support network here is broad, including VHV, Veterans Helping Veterans, and the Veterans Transition Center, which has 100% non-recidivism record. His support is robust, his relapse prevention plans are robust and sufficient. The governor's concerns are not warranted. I respectfully request that the board upholds the grant of parole. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker card I have is for Emma. Emma, your microphone has been enabled. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak.
Good afternoon. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Emma Sandu, and I am speaking in opposition in the parole of Joseph Daly. I've been a pediatric nurse for 33 years. The first 15 years of my career.
Moderator, these are, we're still in support.
Yes, we're showing her as support on our end. I apologize. Ma'am, you will get a chance to speak as soon as opposition rolls around. I apologize.
Okay, no worries. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker is Monique Lazald. Monique Lazald, your microphone has been enabled. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Ma'am, I'm in opposition of this hearing, not in favor
I see.
of.
I apologize. You're showing us support on our end. My apologies. Would that also work for Jenny Nestler as well? Jenny Nestler. Go ahead and put your hand up in Microsoft Teams and we'll enable your microphone. Jenny Nestler, or phone number ending in 4277. Don't actually see you on the list, so we will circle back to Jenny Nestler. If you would like to speak in support of Joseph Daly and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button and I'll call on you when it is your turn to speak. Is there anyone else who has not spoken who wants to speak in support of Joseph Daly? Chairperson, there appear to be no more speakers in support of Joseph Daly.
All right, thank you. Moderator, we will now take speakers in opposition to Joseph Daly.
Thank you, Chairperson. We do have a number of speaker cards in opposition. The first is for Carrie Campbell. Carrie Campbell. Go ahead and unmute yourself. I believe we have enabled, oh, you are here in person. My apologies.
Oh, no, it's on. Thank you. No, thank you very much. 2 minutes is not enough to describe the torture and pain murderer Daly inflicted upon my baby Tristan. The murderer only recently admitted in the last parole hearing that he tortured Tristan on multiple occasions for several weeks, yet he has continued to minimize what he did to cause Tristan's twisted and broken legs, multiple crushed and broken vertebrae, contusions and lacerations. The murderer stated he hurt Tristan because it made him, quote, feel better. Breaking my baby's bones, making him cry repeatedly, scream, made this convicted murderer, quote, feel better. On the last day of my son's life, the murderer asked if I would go pick up the movie and dinner. Nothing was wrong. Everyone seemed happy. What I know now is he is a predator. He wanted me to go because he planned to hurt Tristan again. During his final brutal attack, he beat my son so severely that he fractured Tristan's skull by repeatedly smashing his head against the wall. He smashed Tristan's head against the wall and watched him cry and scream, his eyes rolling back in his head because it made him feel better. Tristan's last weeks alive and ultimately final days of life were filled with agony and pain because his father took pleasure inflicting as much pain as he could upon my baby boy. The murderer has not shown remorse or shed any tears that I have ever seen for torturing Tristan. He speaks with no effect and in programmed language in response, and he continues to lie at parole board meetings. He blamed a dear friend of mine and Tristan's babysitter for torturing and murdering him. She could have easily been charged and sent to prison for life. Anyone who methodically plans and enjoys hurting a vulnerable, defenseless child will seek out other victims. He is not cured. Thank you for your consideration. I'm sorry, I can't finish. Thank you.
The next speaker I have in person is for Christopher Campbell.
I'm speaking on behalf of murdered baby Tristan Daly because he cannot. I was a Secret Service agent. I interviewed predators. I interviewed them for pre-attack behaviors. What I learned was, if you listen close enough, they'll tell you their motivation and capabilities. In a parole hearing, baby killer Daly stated on the following very matter-of-factly and without emotion. 1, he attacked and tortured his baby son Tristan repeatedly on numerous occasions over a 3-week period of time. 2, he beat his defenseless baby and because it made him feel better. I let that sink in. He repeatedly beat his son because it made him feel better. I also heard Daly talk about it, that he premeditatedly planned to torture his son. When no one is around, and during these times, he broke his bones, crushed his spine, and bashed his skull in. I want you to remember, Daly was Tristan's father. I'm a father, as many of you are parents. We would do anything to keep our children from harm. That's the opposite of inmate Daly. Daly wanted his baby to hurt. He could watch the tears, couldn't wait to watch the tears and hear him scream. The final time Daly tortured Tristan, by Daly's own admission, nothing was wrong that day. He had asked Carrie, his mother, Tristan's mother, to go get food. We now know Daly wanted her to leave so he could carry out a systematic and planned torture of baby Tristan, to feed his growing psychotic behavior and enjoying hearing his son scream again. The very nature of this crime, I can't believe we're even here hearing this. to try to keep this psychotic individual and release him from prison. The very violent nature of it, I can't comprehend. The only reason Daley stopped torturing his son was because Tristan died and he went to jail. You are the gatekeepers to protect society. You are the gatekeepers that can keep this baby murderer from being released to society and the chance of him harming and preying on others, because he will. You can't allow this to happen, and I ask you not to.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you. The next speaker card in person is Carla Rise.
My name is Carla Rise, and I'm Tristan's aunt. During the last hearing, the chairman pointed out that there had never been, not the last hearing, prior hearing, had never been an apology to Carrie, at which time Joey immediately did so. This was not a heartfelt apology or a demonstration of true remorse. This simply was Joey thinking he was checking another box on the parole hearing. In March, the presiding commissioner asked, quote, when was the first time you felt remorse? And I don't mean regret, I mean remorse. When was the first time you felt remorse for what you did to Tristan? The question had to be asked and restated 3 times to get an answer, which was just another systematic answer of demonstrating that he was following rules and using programming language. Sadly, there are not more people here today to speak on behalf of Tristan against Joey. There are more people who would speak, but they are too afraid of Joey to do so. This is just another indication of those who know him best of what they think he is capable of. During the parole hearing in March, Joey finally admitted to torturing Tristan. I ask you to read the 11-page autopsy report. You will see that Joey has still not taken accountability for all the injuries that Tristan so brutally suffered. From Joey's own admission, he abused his son over a 4-week period and beat him so viciously until he killed him. The torture was worsened over the weeks, and again, he said it made him feel better the more brutally he beat him. This is someone who should never be allowed to return to our community given the opportunity to end someone else's life. I believe that Joey wanted to be rid of Tristan, as he said that Carrie and he should not have had Tristan. It was a mistake. If he no longer wanted the child, he should have simply left. There is no reason that Tristan had to die because his father is a coward. At the March hearing, the deputy commissioner noted that for his parole plans, Joseph had no plans for what he was going to do about his mental health. When questioned, Joseph responded with several steps, the last of which, if nothing else worked, he would seek the help of a mental health professional. I think we can all agree for anyone with true or severe mental health issues, this should be the first step in working towards maintaining any kind of mental stability. This again demonstrates that Joseph is checking a box, not truly engaged in what he says he is living and doing. Would you want Joseph to watch your child or grandchild? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker card in person is for Teresa Peterson.
Moderator, Teresa is not going to be making a statement. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Brett Vincor on phone. Brett,
correct. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Brett Vinoker, and for the last 21 years, I've been helping families navigate the parole process. In that time, I've also investigated over 5,500 parole cases. As of today, I have only taken on 3 cases outside of Ohio. This is one of them. Joseph Daley systematically tortured and murdered his son, Tristan Daley. Tristan was 7 weeks old and spent almost half his life in severe pain inflicted by his own father. Tristan was unable to speak and could only cry. The more Tristan cried, the more his father abused him. It stopped only when Tristan was murdered by Joseph Daley. Rather than take responsibility for his actions, Joseph Daley attempted to frame Tristan's babysitter, an African-American woman, a woman who I believe would be sitting in prison today had he been successful. She has to live with that every day. She also is a victim of Joseph Daley. This inmate has a, quote, horrible disciplinary record. His words, not mine. This includes over 20 years of illegal drug usage and 5 illegal cell phones he claims he used to date online, watch movies, and entertain himself. The most recent illegal cell phone was in 2020, just 5 years ago. Based on these facts, I believe that granting Joseph Daly parole at this time would not further the interest of justice and would pose an immeasurable risk to society, especially young children. Paroling Joseph Daly at this parole hearing would also demean his cruelty to Tristan and be a complete injustice to Tristan's maternal family. I urge the board to continue Joseph Daly at least another 5 years before his next parole hearing. I know you all have a difficult job and I appreciate the work you do. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker we have is for Christine Mongillo or Mongolo. Christine, go ahead and unmute yourself. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I'd like to read this statement as if it were from baby Tristan, 7 weeks old, since he can't speak for himself. I arrived early and stayed in a hospital incubator. It was scary, but my loving mother was with me every day. She brought me comfort. Dad left to be with his friends. They were more important. When at home, I loved my nursery and my visitors. When Mommy had to return to work, she left me at home with my father. I wished I could talk to tell her how he repeatedly tortured and abused me. This was methodical, vicious, cruel, and inhumane. On the day of the final abuse, he jerked me up, repeatedly slammed me against the wall with the force of being thrown from a 3-story building. I was terrified. The pain was horrific. I had a cracked skull, brain damage, a broken back, and more. I was unconscious, quit breathing, and turned blue. Dad didn't even call 911. In the hospital, I suffered and fought for my life. As my body shut down, my little extremities turned black first as death slowly worked its way to my torso. Everyone answered the police's questions except my dad. He left to go play video games and party with his friends. No concern for my life nor my mother. He then fled the state. This self-obsessed torture should never be granted parole. Prisoners overcome bad habits, but they do not overcome innate horrific vileness, heinous disregard for human life, and murder tendencies. Murder is forever. Punishment must fit the crime. Lastly, I cannot put into words how very much I would love to wrap my arms around my mother, give her a kiss, and tell her I love her.
Your 2 minutes has elapsed. Please conclude your statement.
That's it.
Okay, thank you. The next speaker card I have is for Scott Rise. Scott, your video has been enabled. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thank you. I'm here today to urge you to carefully consider the magnitude of Joseph Daly's brutal murder of Tristan, his own son, and deny his request for parole. The loss of a child is a tragedy that no family should ever have to endure. Joseph's actions not only ended the life of an innocent baby, but also caused irreversible pain and suffering to my family. The crime committed is one that strikes at the very heart of Carrie, his mother, and her ability to trust, love, and live a full, happy life. It's a loss that will never be fully healed, because no matter how much time passes, every day comes with what could have been, what if. Not being able to see Tristan grow into the young man he would be today, or for his siblings to meet their brother for the first time. While I understand individuals in prison are entitled to the possibility of parole, the severity of Joseph's murder should not be taken lightly. He took the life of his own child, a baby. Your child should be the most difficult person in the world to hurt. Your job as a parent is to love them and protect them. Yet for Joseph, that was the very person he had no problem brutally murdering with his own hands and with no signs of remorse, only regret for the position he is in today. Someone capable of murdering their own child is capable of hurting anyone. I am deeply concerned that releasing him poses a threat to the community and to future potential victims. The parole system exists to protect the public, and it is essential that the board prioritize public safety above all else. Joseph's crime was inconceivable and violent. Please carefully weigh these considerations when making your decision. Releasing him would send a message that the life of Tristan was not valued, the impacts to Carrie and our family minimal, and justice may be bypassed for the sake of perceived rehabilitation alone. I ask that you deny his parole request in order to ensure that justice is fully served and to protect the safety of others in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker card is for Torrance Rise. Torrance, if you're with us, go ahead and unmute yourself or put your hand up in Microsoft Teams. Go ahead.
Hi, I am here today to ask you to please deny parole to Joseph Daly. Joseph killed his own defenseless infant son by viciously beating him. Tristan did nothing to deserve his brutality from his father. Tristan should have been safe in his father's care, but instead, his father ended his life. When Carla, my wife, Tristan's aunt, called me from the hospital and told me the devastating details of Tristan's injuries, I was shocked. She told me that the police were involved as Tristan had been violently beaten. The next time I spoke with her, she explained to me Joey's strange behavior and his parents asking him as if he had done this to Tristan. I was generally concerned about Carla being around Joey. During his parole hearing in March, he talked of how he had repeatedly tortured his son and how the beatings got increasingly worse and made him feel better. Someone that is capable of such a horrific crime is not someone that is capable of rehabilitation. In his testimony, he said that part of the plan, if released, is to not be with someone with young children. However, he has been involved in relationships in prison, and all the women have had small children. They said that he is receiving special consideration as he was a juvenile at the time of murder. He was an adult man at the time, a young adult, but an adult no less at age 23. He lived on his own for years, served his term in the military, and was married. The vicious murder of his son cannot be blamed on his age. They also said consideration for being elderly. He is far from elderly at 53, and he is good health. I'm asking you again, please do not grant parole to this convicted murderer. Please use your position to ensure that justice is served. He should have to serve his sentence to the fullest extent of the law. His character shows that he is capable of such a heinous crime without any remorse. He ruthlessly murdered his own son, an infant that he should have given his life to protect. He could easily commit a violent crime against another innocent victim. Please keep the community safe by keeping Joseph in prison. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker card I have is for Hunter Campbell. Hunter Campbell, if you're with us, go ahead and unmute yourself or raise your hand in Teams. So we can enable you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm Hunter Campbell, the son of Carrie Campbell and would have been Tristan's half-brother. I never got the pleasure of getting to know or meet my brother because he was murdered by his father. But I feel I kind of know Tristan because I grew up with his baby pictures prominently displayed throughout my house. When I was younger, I did not really know who the baby was in the photo next to the pictures of my family. Over the years, I learned more because several times a year, my mom would become very sad and would look at the pictures of Tristan. Gradually, my mom started telling me about Tristan and how wonderful he was when we would visit the cemetery where Tristan is buried. As she was placing the pinwheels or balloons on his grave, she would tell me he looked like my sister but acted like me. She would describe every detail about Tristan, from how he looked, laughed, played, smiled, and how much she loves him. As I grew older, my mom eventually told me what happened to Tristan and how his father beat him to death. I cannot imagine beating a baby to death, much less his own father. Now, after all these years of seeing Tristan's picture daily and how sad my mom still becomes, I believe partly she died the day Tristan was murdered as well. As mentioned above, I cannot imagine a grown man, a father, tormenting his own child. But Tristan's father also tormented and hurt my mom. He did not just hurt Tristan, he has continued to hurt my mom. My mom would hate that I'm drawing attention to her because she always tells me when I tell her I'm sorry for her loss, she immediately tells me, please do not feel sorry for me. Tristan was the one who was hurt. I am very protective of my mom because she's an incredibly kind and loving person. I hate anyone whose actions have deeply hurt her. I believe anyone that can commit this atrocious act against his own child is a true danger to anyone and everyone. I'm especially concerned for my mom's safety. She was very upset a short time ago. She explained that her ex-husband had formed a relationship with a woman while he was in prison. He gave her enough information about my mom from prison. This woman used this information to contact that her ex-husband gave her and was able to contact my mother. This woman told my mom about her relationship with her ex. She also relayed facts about my mom, almost letting her know where she could actually find my mom. I believe
Your
it's
2
my
minutes
daughter,
have elapsed. Please conclude your statement.
a vulnerable woman, to do his bidding from prison and passively threaten my mom. He is still a real danger to society and others who cannot defend himself. Please do not release him from prison.
Thank you. Next speaker card I have is for Lisa Ruskovic. Lisa, if you're with us, go ahead and unmute yourself. I see. I'm allowing your mic. Go ahead and press *6 to unmute yourself by telephone. Your showing is muted. Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go for it.
Hi, I'm Lisa Ruskovich. Carrie and her and Chris spoke of me earlier. I am the babysitter for Tristan. At the time of his death, I was 20 years old. I was a junior at San Diego State, and a friend of Carrie's from the building. We had met because I lived in the same building as Carrie, and she asked me to babysit, and I was excited to, more than happy to. I only kept him 3 days. The third day was the day that he was rushed to the hospital. Shortly after that evening, I went to work at Kmart. I also had a part-time job there while I was a student, and San Diego PD embarrassed me. They asked me to come to the back of the office to ask me some questions, and that's when I learned that Tristan had been hurt, but I did not know the severity of it. As I returned to the building, to my apartment, I noticed the manager wanted to avoid me. Eventually, I heard a rumor that inmate Daly told people that I had murdered their baby. During that time, in the media, there were several other young military men who had murdered their babies, and the people they accused were, like me, African American women. I realize now that I could have been sentenced to prison because inmate Daly accused me of murdering his own kid when he knew good and well that he did all
Your
this
2 minutes
harm
have
to this
elapsed. Please conclude your statement.
innocent baby. I'm opposed to his release, and I hope he spends the next 5 years in prison.
Thank you. The next speaker card we have is Dan Bloom. Dan Bloom, go ahead and unmute yourself by pressing *6 if you're joining us by telephone.
Moderator, just 1 second, please.
Yes.
We have another in-person speaker. Can we please take Emma after this speaker goes?
Absolutely.
Hello?
Thank you, moderator.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, sir. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak.
Thank you. As a retired investigator with the California Sheriff's Department, having served for 25 years, I have witnessed many heartbreaking cases, but none have left a mark quite like this. I am also a husband, a father, and a friend to Carrie, and I understand deeply the love and grief a parent experiences. Today, I humbly ask the parole board to continue seeking justice for baby Tristan by denying parole for Joseph Daly. I am a firm believer in our justice system and the opportunities it provides for rehabilitation, but there is no opportunity for someone who has shown such a profound, callous disregard for human life, especially the life of a defenseless infant. Joseph Daly did not just take the life of another person, he took the life of his own son, his own flesh and blood. There is no genuine path for rehabilitation back into society for a crime of this magnitude. The act committed by inmate Joseph Daly, the killing of his own infant son, is beyond despicable. Even other inmates convicted of murder hold a special disdain for those who harm children, as it is viewed as one of the most heinous offenses. Imagine for a moment your own child, grandchild, or loved one, just 7 weeks old, subjected to such a horrific end. Imagine the heartache, the unbearable grief, of never hearing their laughter, never seeing their first steps, never watching them grow. Imagine the sleepless nights haunted by thoughts of their final moments, moments no parent should ever have to endure. I ask you to look into your hearts today and consider the lasting, irreparable damage caused by this senseless violence. Deny parole for Joseph Daly, and send a message to the people of California that we will not allow those who commit such heinous acts to walk free. The murder of a child is not something that should be forgiven or forgotten with time. Inmate Joseph Daly deserves to serve a lifetime in prison. The citizens of California do not want a convicted baby killer released back into society. Thank you.
Now I believe we're having somebody. What's the name?
Emma Santu.
Oh, Emma Santu. Moderator? We'll call for Emma Santu.
Absolutely.
I'm here. Hi, good
Go ahead,
afternoon.
ma'am.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Emma Sandu, and I am speaking on opposition of the parole of Joseph Daly. I've been a pediatric nurse for 33 years now, and in the first 15 years of my nursing career, I spent that taking care of critically ill and injured children in the pediatric ICU. Just recently, a friend of mine on the East Coast, someone that I only met 2 years ago, shared with me a link to a petition. It was for a friend of hers who was opposing the parole of her ex-husband. He had been convicted of killing their 6-week-old baby. I opened the link, and the moment I saw that baby's name, Tristan Daly, every hair on my body stood up. At first, I thought this couldn't be possible. My friend lives on the East Coast, and the memories from this were way earlier in my career. I immediately asked her if this case was from San Diego, and when she said yes, I was flooded with emotion. I remembered everything. I cared for baby Tristan when he was brought to the Peds ICU all those years ago. His injuries were extensive, devastating, and heartbreaking. I've taken care of thousands of children over the years, but there are very few who remain a part of my story forever, and Tristan is one of them. We all knew that this was not an accident, and then this was a trauma, intentional, devastating, and unforgivable. What also came rushing back to me, though, was this chilling memory I have of the father. His evil was palpable. On one of the few times that he came to the unit, Tristan was laying there fighting for his life. This man wasn't grieving. He was watching me. He was preying on me. I was 24 years old at the time, and something about him deeply unsettled me. Towards the end of my shift, he asked if he could walk me to my car. I remember feeling such intense fear that I didn't want to take my usual path to the parking lot, and I asked instead for security to walk me out the back door, down the stairs, so that he could never see what kind of car I drove. In all of my years as a nurse, I can't remember another time where I had to ask for security escort at a children's hospital. I wasn't asked to testify back in all those years ago, and this information has never been shared. But I knew in my heart that baby Tristan had been beaten to death by his father, and I've carried that memory throughout my career. I urge you, do not grant this man parole. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have Melanie Bloom. Melanie Bloom, if you're with us, go ahead and unmute yourself. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak. Melanie Bloom, if you're speaking, we cannot hear you. We'll circle back to Melanie. Monique Lazald-Garris, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm here today to express my strong opposition to the potential parole release of Joseph Daly, who is currently incarcerated for the second-degree murder and felony assault against a child, his son, Tristan Daly, who was only 7 weeks old at the time of his murder. I am a former Secret Service criminal analyst and a family friend of the victim's mother, Carrie, as well as a concerned community member. Daly's release will be a grave injustice to his victim, Tristan, who was an innocent and defenseless infant at the time of his torture and murder imposed upon him by his own father. Not only will his release be an injustice to Tristan, but it will severely impact the lives of his mother, siblings, and loved ones, as well as the community. Daly took the life of his son, who didn't even have a chance to live. He had absolutely zero regard for the life of his son, torturing him for 4 weeks before Tristan succumbed to his cruel injuries, which included optic nerve hemorrhaging, subdural bruising, compression fractures, multiple metaphyseal fractures, and multiple lacerations. Tristan fought for his life for 5 long, agonizing days before he left this earth. Daly was not remorseful for what he did and even admitted that he resented his son and purposely inflicted pain and suffering upon Tristan. During his incarceration, he has manipulated, lied, and abused drugs. Make no mistake, he is a manipulator in every capacity, and if released, he will continue to inflict pain and suffering onto anyone that encounters him. He is a dangerous man who only cares about himself. He only began to be a model prisoner when he was eligible for parole. If that does not show what type of manipulative narcissist Daly is, then I don't know what will. While the parole board qualifies him as an elder offender and are showing him elder compassion, let me ask, what compassion did he show his innocent 7-week-old son when he tortured and murdered him without a second thought? He is not a reformed prisoner. He is nothing but a coward and a monster. I beg and plead that this board deny Daly's parole. He does not deserve to live amongst the law-abiding citizens of this country. Daly should continue to pay for his egregious crimes and remain incarcerated where he rightfully belongs. An increased risk of recidivism from someone like Daly is an unacceptable risk to society. I thank you for your time and consideration. Please deny his parole. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker card I have is for Gina Darvas. Gina Darvas, DDA of San Diego County. I can see you, and we are trying to enable your microphone right now. One moment. There it is. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak.
Thank you. Inmate Daly is serving a life term for callously murdering his 7-week-old son. He poses a current unreasonable risk of danger to the public and was erroneously found suitable. At the hearing, Daly finally admitted, after 30 years of denial, that he not only murdered his 7-week-old son, but that he had been torturing baby Tristan from the age of 4 weeks up to the day he murdered him. He admitted it made him feel good to hurt Tristan. He admitted to deriving sadistic pleasure from harming a defenseless infant. Daly did not honestly address his causative factors during the hearing, blaming his ex-wife for why he dropped out of the Marine Corps and claiming she trapped him into being a father. His written relapse plans repeat this excuse, saying his ex-wife stopped using birth control. These excuses are inconsistent with the record and represent continued denial by Daly. He claims he finally stopped running from who he is, but he has been using that exact same phrase since he was interviewed in 1996 by a probation officer and at every subsequent suitability hearing. His relapse prevention plans do not address his continued denial and minimization, nor his attraction to sadism. His relapse plans do not address setting appropriate boundaries in his personal relationships. Today, you heard a statement from a young man who claimed he had a step-parent relationship with Daly. Daly omitted this fact in his hearing. The panel addressed this specifically, and he told the panel he would avoid relationships with women who have young children. He was dishonest with the panel about maintaining a lengthy relationship with a woman who had a young child. This was to address the clinician's notes that Daly's relapse plans were inadequate on that point with potential relationship problems. And when he was asked about that lapse, he admitted that he had been in a lengthy relationship with a woman with a small child. A revision hearing is necessary to address this discrepancy. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker card I have is for Wayne Maxey. I believe you are joining us on telephone. Your telephone number has been enabled. Press *6 to unmute your phone.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for your time today. My name is Wayne Maxey, and I'm a retired district attorney investigator of the San Diego County District Attorney's Office. I was involved in the investigation and preparation for trial of the case against Joseph Daly. I oppose his request for parole. In 1995, Mr. Daly repeatedly and brutally slammed his 7-week-old son Tristan into the wall, causing severe head trauma. Daly then fled the scene without providing first aid or comfort for Tristan. Tristan was left on the floor to die. The doctors at Children's Hospital in San Diego estimated the injuries Tristan sustained were equivalent to a fall from a 3-story building. Tristan survived for 5 days before succumbing to his injuries. Daly fled the state and showed no remorse. He was eventually arrested, prosecuted, and convicted of second-degree murder and felony assault of a child. 12 years later, in 2007, at his first parole hearing, Daly finally admitted he had caused Tristan's injuries and that he was punishing Tristan for wetting on him during a diaper change. I'm a 26-year law enforcement veteran, and I've investigated more than 100 child abuse cases during my career. The cold, vicious brutality of this case sticks with me today. I understand parole is about second chances. Well, Tristan did not get a chance to grow, thrive, and live a full life. Therefore, I respectfully request you deny Joseph Daly parole. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker card I have is for Eugene Kendall. Eugene Kendall, you can unmute or raise your hand in Teams or press *6 by telephone. Eugene Kendall, if you're speaking, we cannot hear you. So circle back to Eugene. I have Peyton Campbell. Oh, okay, we have a hand raised. This could be for Eugene. Go ahead and press *6 by telephone to unmute.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time. My name is Peyton Campbell. I'm speaking today on behalf of my brother Tristan, who I was never able to meet. Growing up, I have had to learn the details of the atrocities that Joseph Daly committed. Finding out the specifics of the ways in which he murdered his 7-week-old baby, how he attempted to pass blame and justify his actions, and the lies he maintains to this day has been sickening. His complete lack of ownership and acceptance of his actions leads me to fear for my mom.
I think we may have lost
this crime. Can you hear me?
Oh, you're cutting out, but go ahead.
My mom has had to confront her child's murderer in parole hearings and boards like this countless times in an effort to get justice for Tristan. I know how someone can hear the details of this crime and believe that Daly has met the requirements for release. Anyone who can cause this level of injury, which was inflicted upon Tristan, is not someone I would feel safe with. As a service member myself, I would not allow this killer near any of the sailors I lead, and know that this newfound desire he has to work with veterans is just his latest ploy to market himself for parole. I believe in the promise of rehabilitation and that the vast majority of offenses should not result in a lifetime behind bars. There are crimes, though, that are so cruel that the perpetrators simply do not deserve to live the free man again, and I can't think of a case more evil than this one. There is no defense for someone who murders their innocent child, not over a wet diaper or any of the other excuses Daly has presented over the last 30 years. There is no second chance for an act like this. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to give one more chance to Eugene Kendall. Eugene Kendall. Go ahead and unmute yourself or press *6 by telephone. I'd like to give one more chance to Melanie Bloom. Melanie Bloom, go ahead and unmute yourself or press *6 by telephone. If you would like to speak in opposition to Joseph Daly and are on, we do have a hand raised. Go ahead. Phone number ending in 8839. I'm allowing your microphone. Go ahead and press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello. Honorable members of the Parole Board, today I speak in opposition and I ask you to imagine the heart-wrenching cries of 7-year-old Tristan Thomas Daly as his father, inmate Joseph Daly, brutally beats him into silence. This innocent child who should have been held, nurtured, and loved was instead murdered by the very person who should have protected him. Inmate Daly's actions were nothing short of monstrous. As a first responder and law enforcement officer with 25 years of experience, I've seen many violent crimes. Inmate Daly's rage, his lack of empathy, and his belief that his own life was more valuable than that of his son's are deeply rooted flaws. This is not someone who can be trusted to re-enter society without posing a significant danger to others. Inmate Daly will undoubtedly attempt to manipulate this hearing. He will put on a performance, likely coached by others, to convince you that he has changed, that he is rehabilitated, and no longer a threat. Do not be deceived. Inmate Daly's goal is clear: to secure his release by whatever means necessary. We, as the guardians of society, must not be manipulated by criminals. We have a duty to protect our communities from Joseph L. Daly, who has proven he is capable of extreme violence. Granting parole would jeopardize public safety and dishonor the life of an innocent baby boy named Tristan, whose brutal death will never be forgotten. I respectfully request you deny parole to protect the community while sending a clear message that the state of California values and protects the lives of our children. Denying inmate Joseph Daly parole will honor the precious life of Tristan Thomas Daly. Please deny. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who has not spoken who wants to speak in opposition to Joseph Daly? Is there anyone else who has
We
who's not
have
spoken?
one person in person who'd like to speak, moderator.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Can you hear me? For those of you that were not able to see Carrie's picture of her beautiful baby, this is Tristan. Inmate Joseph Daly is serving life in prison for the murder of his infant son, Tristan. He was recently granted parole, and I flew in from San Diego today to vehemently disagree with this decision. Little Tristan's was a senseless death. Unbeknownst to anyone, Joey was repeatedly beating his baby. Tristan's mother, Carrie, and I have known each other for over 36 years. We served in the United States Army together. In fact, I was even part of their wedding. As long as I've known Joey, he seemed to lack emotion. He was good, however, at manipulating people with his quiet demeanor and once good looks. Shortly after their marriage, Carrie seemed to withdraw from hanging out with our friendship group. I saw it as she was trying to nurture her marriage, but now I believe he wanted to keep her to himself and control her. One incident comes to mind when we were riding in a car with him. For no reason, he started speeding recklessly and weaving in and out of traffic dangerously. His face was blank, while Carrie begged him to tell her what was causing him to act this way. Then, without a word, he stopped the crazy driving. Another major incident that stands out in my mind was at Tristan's funeral. Joey showed zero emotions throughout the entire service, not a tear nor expression on his face. He just stared at Carrie the entire time. I tried to convince myself it was due to shock, but now in retrospect, I'm convinced he was relieved to have the baby gone. The torture Joey inflicted on Tristan should never be excused. He should never be given a chance to live a life outside of prison. He took the life of his own baby. He is a monster that was sentenced to life in prison and should serve that full term. I, for one, would not want him in my community. I call upon your support to back our San Diego District Attorney's Office as they work to overturn the misjudgment. Let's ask ourselves, how do you know when a psychopathic baby killer is cured? And are you willing to take that chance and release him into society? I'm a 34-year veteran, and I call his bluff on hiding behind a veteran and the veteran programs he's serving. Please deny his parole. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a hand raised for phone number ending in 3912. Go ahead and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Nicole.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
We can, yes, go ahead.
Yes, hi, my name is Cheryl Corkill. I'm a close friend of Tristan's mother, Carrie Campbell, and family. I am imploring you to deny parole to the inmate Daly. Convicted murderer inmate Daly committed a heinous crime against infant Tristan, causing significant physical and emotional trauma. On May 5th in 1995, Tristan was just 7 weeks old, and he passed away after spending 5 days in the hospital due to the severity of his injuries. Tristan endured multiple beatings that he incurred in the hands of inmate Daly. Child abuse experts at Children's Hospital indicated Tristan suffered multiple injuries, which included head trauma caused by the repeated slamming of Tristan's head against the wall. In addition, Tristan suffered several fractures to his skull, spine, arms, legs, and other areas of his tiny little body that were shown to be in various stages of healing. Tristan will never have the opportunity to grow and to share an amazing life that he would have with those who loved him due to these violent actions. Inmate Daly's lack of remorse over the years and failure to accept responsibility shows that he's a danger to society. I fear for the safety and security of Tristan's mother, family, and friends. This convicted murderer should not be allowed his freedom. I ask you again to please deny parole to inmate Daly for as long as the state of California law allows. Thank you.
Thank you. I've been told that Eugene Campbell or Kendall may be coming in to speak. If you're with us, Eugene, go ahead and unmute yourself by pressing *6 if you're joining us by telephone.
My name is Eugene Kendall. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good. My name is Eugene Kendall. I'm the uncle of Carrie Campbell. I'm also the grand uncle of Tristan. Joy Daly murdered a 7-week-old infant. Tristan was tortured over several weeks for Daly's own sick pleasure. Mr. Daly blamed others for his actions. During parole hearings, I have never heard him give a credible apology or show genuine remorse. I recall Joy Daly's assassination with guns before Tristan's murder. While Tristan was dying in the hospital, I removed a 9mm Glock handgun from Mr. Daly's apartment. Joey did not see combat in the military. Joey Daly's family provided the assets so he could obtain cell phones for his illegal conduct while in prison. While in prison, Joseph Daly acquired a girlfriend who then contacted Tristan's mother. This sent a chilling message to Tristan's mother, a message of fear and torment. During parole hearings, Joseph Daly clearly parroted the prison system's code words. He's skilled at learning the words he needs to say to manipulate the system. I'm a retired state investigator for the state of California for 30
Your
years.
minutes have elapsed. Please conclude your statement.
I've dealt with my share of mentally ill and pathological liars. Mr. Daly preys on those who he can manipulate and who are weaker. Mr. Daly is a deeply sick man who should not be released to the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who has not spoken who wants to speak in opposition to Joseph Daly? Is there anyone else who has not spoken who wants to speak about Joseph Daly? Chairperson, there appear to be no more speakers for Joseph Daly.
The next case is Gerardo Diaz, F17846, item 19. Moderator, please call for speakers in support.
Thank you, Chairperson. I do not have any speaker cards for support. If you would like to speak in support of Gerardo Diaz and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I'll call on you when it is your turn to speak. Is there anyone who would like to speak in support of Gerardo Diaz? Chairperson, there appear to be no speakers in support of Gerardo Diaz.
Moderator, we will now take speakers in opposition to Gerardo Diaz.
Thank you, Chairperson. We do have a speaker card for Julianne Walker. I know she was here earlier. Julianne, if you're with us, go ahead and unmute yourself. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak. Julianne, if you're speaking, we cannot hear you. Well, we will circle back to Julianne. If you would like to speak in opposition to Gerardo Diaz and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I'll call on you when it is your turn to speak.
Can you put me on the phone?
Yes, go ahead.
It just came up. Thank you. Good afternoon. Regarding inmate Diaz, the people are opposed to the grant and ask that it be rescinded or set, excuse me, for a rescission hearing. Given the extreme nature of not only the violence in this crime, but the prior domestic violence committed by the defendant, excuse me, the inmate. He attacked the victim, who was his girlfriend, in a garage that he had sealed off in a premeditated murder, where he cut her with a razor blade, then faked a cut on himself and turned on a car engine. The victim died from her injuries, but he survived. With her there lying on the ground, he called his mother to say, "I killed her." He did not call for help for her. And then he told his brother in the hospital, "I killed the bitch." Clearly not remorseful. Given the fact that his prior history consists of child abuse, domestic violence against a previous partner, and a restraining order taken out against him by his own mother, and this murder, the inmate should have had quite a bit of domestic violence programming. While he has some, it's insignificant in comparison to his history of domestic violence. And given that, it was given insignificant weight or inappropriate weight, and this should be assessed in a rescission hearing. The people ask that that be said. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone who has not spoken who wants to speak in opposition to Gerardo Diaz? Is there anyone else who has not spoken who wants to speak about Gerardo Diaz? Chairperson, there appear to be no more speakers for Gerardo Diaz.
The next case is Michael Finney, E79342, item 20. Moderator, please call for speakers in support.
Thank you, Chairperson. The first speaker we have is Linda Finney. Linda, go ahead and unmute yourself or press *6 by telephone.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Commissioners. My name is Linda Finney. I have known my husband, Michael Finney, for 16 years and been married to him for 10 years. Today, I appear before you to respectfully express my full support for my husband's parole grant. I am aware that the governor has raised certain concerns and has referred this matter for your expert review. I sincerely hope that you will view Michael as your colleagues previously did, recognizing the significant personal growth he has undergone, the insight he has gained into his past, and the tools he has acquired to lead a productive and meaningful life. Michael has made a genuine and sustainable transformation. He has developed essential coping skills, demonstrates emotional maturity, and constantly exhibits accountability in both his words and actions. I have witnessed this change personally over time. He has a strong, concrete parole and relapse prevention plans, which I'm familiar with, and I remain fully committed to supporting him through any challenges that may raise Although he will begin his transition in the reentry program, he will ultimately return to a stable, supportive home environment that is free from drugs, alcohol, and gang activity. Michael's deeply loved, supported by both our family, friends, community-based organizations. We are all fully committed to helping him reintegrate and succeed in the community. Thank you for your time and consideration, Commissioners.
Thank you. The next speaker card I have is for Isabel Avida. Isabel
Good
Avida,
afternoon,
go ahead.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Isabel Avina. I am the Michael Finney's mother. I am 78 years old. I am here today to respectfully ask that you affirm my son's parole grant. My son started his incarceration at the age of 23 years old, and over the last 30 years, I've witnessed a real and meaningful transformation for my son. He has taken full responsibility for his past, shown deep remorse, and worked tirelessly to change emotionally, mentally, and spiritually. He has done the hard internal work to understand the root causes of his past behavior and has taken full accountability for the harm he caused. He has completed numerous programs and built a clear, realistic relapse prevention plan and parole plan that directly addresses his risk factors for antisocial behavior. He has also remained discipline-free, which I believe is a reflection of the consistent changes in his mindset and behavior. Most importantly, my son has shown he can build and maintain healthy relationships inside and out. He has strong, stable support in the community from our friends and faith leaders. We are committed to helping him succeed and support him in any way we can. I believe in his commitment to a better life, and I am here and fully committed to helping my son in every way I can. I respectfully ask that this panel to affirm his parole, as he has demonstrated that he is no longer a risk to public safety and continue on his path of redemption and healing for himself, for our family, and for the community. Thank you very much for your time, Commissioner.
Thank you. The next speaker card I have is for Katie Gilbert. I see that you're with us.
That's his lawyer.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I represented Michael Finney at his hearing. He's been incarcerated for a nonviolent third strike for 30 years since the age of 24. Commissioners Sharif and Dang had the benefit of a 2.5-hour hearing where they were able to interpret Mr. Finney's demeanor. After that special opportunity to meld their observations with their file review, they concluded that they were impressed by his self-awareness, transparency, and honesty. Governor Newsom questions whether his complete gang disassociation since 2023 is a long enough period of time to show sincere change. The governor was sworn in for his second term the same year. I imagine he considers his time in office since then as quite significant. Many of us graduated law school in 3 years. Many companies set goals with a 3-year strategy plan for achievement. Human life can evolve from an embryo to a walking, talking, opinionated toddler in 3 years. It's enough time for sincere change. You've read the 2025 transcripts, and I want to highlight the foundation of this grant that was built in the 2023 denial. In 2023, Commissioner Ruff had an impactful conversation with Mr. Finney on page 48, where he acknowledged that Mr. Finney's prison at that time was not a prison conducive to change. With his enhanced expertise on prison gangs, Commissioner Ruff concluded on page 59 that Mr. Finney testified in a very forthcoming way and encouraged him to take further steps towards disassociation. He noted, "You said it best today, instead of arguing the point, just do it." Immediately after the hearing, Mr. Finney requested transfer to a progressive programming yard for a fresh start. He stayed disciplinary free, took many relevant self-help classes, quickly became a leader in his maintenance crew, and made thoughtful parole plans. He did it. Please uphold this well-deserved grant given to a man found sincere by 4 different commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you. If you would like to speak in support of Michael Finney and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I'll call on you when it is your turn to speak. If you're on the phone and you want to speak in support, sorry, we have that disabled today. Is there anyone else who has not spoken who wants to speak in support of Michael Finney? I see we have a hand raised. Go ahead. Let's see. Let's enable your microphone, Richard Referral. One moment, bear with us. Okay, go ahead and unmute yourself. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Richard Morellis. I'm a co-founder of Crop Organization, which is creating restorative opportunities and programs. We run a leadership development, career training, and reentry program for formerly incarcerated people. I'm here to speak on behalf of Michael Finney. He's a graduate of our Quest program at Solano, where he's at. I can tell you that he's definitely disassociated from gangs in the way that he carries himself in character and conduct, and even his willingness to become one of our coaches, which requires to be disciplinary free and disassociated from gang activity. We've accepted him provisionally into our career development program in either Oakland or Los Angeles. I work with him directly through our in-prison program there in Solano, and have had many honest conversations with him about accountability. We don't come to MBank hearings often. We only want to take those who are the most ready to succeed out here in our career development program, which has 0 recidivism, 147 graduates with a near average income of $70,000 a year. So, I really took a lot into account in considering to be here for him today. But I have seen and experienced him take full responsibility for his past crimes, and shown that he demonstrated insight, remorse, and a commitment to living with integrity and being successful in freedom. He's done the deep inner work required to prepare himself for freedom. I think that he's super focused on personal growth and career readiness, which tells me a lot about somebody who's been in there for the amount of time that he is in there. The average person in there, when I ask him, what do you want to do when you get out? I just want to get out. But he has his mind in getting out and doing something meaningful. So I appreciate you all as stewards of the community, and I hope that Michael can get an opportunity to be free. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a hand raised for Christina. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak.
Good afternoon. My name is Christina Luna, here on behalf of Empowering Women Impacted by Incarceration. I am in strong support of Michael Finney. I have known Mr. Finney and his wife for the past 8 years, and throughout this time, I have witnessed a consistent and sincere transformation in his character. Mr. Finney has been incarcerated for over 30 years, and despite the many challenges that come with such a lengthy sentence, he has taken full accountability for his past and shown a deep commitment to personal growth and rehabilitation. Through conversations with his wife and observing their unwavering bond, I have seen the reflection of a man who is no longer the person that he once was, but someone who now leads with humility, empathy, and responsibility. Mr. Finney has completed several rehabilitative programs, including anger management, anti-recidivism coalition, the Crop Organization, GOGI, Getting Out by Going In, and Gangs Anonymous. These accomplishments are more than just certificates. They are proof of a man actively doing the work to change, heal, and grow. He has also developed a strong relapse prevention plan and has built a reliable and loving support system outside these prison walls. With his family, community, and particularly his wife, Linda, of 14 years, standing firmly beside him, I am confident that Mr. Finney poses no threat to public safety. In fact, I believe he will be a positive and contributing member of society upon his release. I respectfully urge the Board of Parole to grant Mr. Finney the opportunity to reunite with his wife and community who are ready and willing to support him in his transition. I am confident that he will thrive, continue his growth, and be an example of what true rehabilitation looks like. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who has not spoken who wants to speak in support of Michael Finney? Chairperson, there appear to be no more speakers for Michael Finney.
Moderator, we will now take speakers in opposition to Michael Finney.
Thank you, Chairperson. Julianne Walker is with us. You may have to press *6 to unmute yourself once more, Ms. Walker, but your 2 minutes starts when you begin to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Thank you. With respect to Mr. Finney, the people believe that the 2 years that he has been disassociated from the gang is an insufficient period of time, given the fact that he has been in custody for 30 years because of his behavior, what he did in the institution, what his gang activity was in the institution, which was quite prolific. He admitted that he held a leadership position in his gang as recently as 2022, and he reports disassociating in 2023. So that is barely 2 years being away from the gang after an over 30-year history of gang activity, 28 of which were in custody. So given that, we agree with the governor's concerns that this is not a sufficient period of pro-social behavior and that the rescission hearing should be set. Thank you.
Thank you. If you would like to speak in opposition to Michael Finney and are on video, please raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I'll call on you when it is your turn to speak. If you're on the phone and you want to speak, you're not using the phone, my apologies. Is there anyone who has not spoken who would like to speak in opposition to Michael Finney? Is there anyone else who has not spoken who would like to speak about Michael Finney? Chairperson, there appear to be no more speakers for Michael Finney.
The next case is Steve Jones, C49045, item 21. Moderator, please call for speakers in support.
The first speaker we have is Anthony Ammons. Please be sure that you are unmuted. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Anthony Ammons Jr. Currently, I serve as a Special Projects Coordinator for the California Department of Justice. Before this, I was formerly incarcerated, sentenced to 102 years to life at 16 years old, to which I served 20 years. I've known Steve since 2013, since I worked in the hospital at San Quentin State Prison as a formerly incarcerated human being. And ever since then, we kind of clicked over basketball and then over relapse prevention. He helped me with mine, and he helped me understand who I was as a person as I got to grow. Once I paroled, I was fortunate enough to get a job with Assemblymember Mia Bonta, and I was hit by a stray bullet. And he was the first person to call me upon after it got happened and said, "How's your triggers going? How's your relapse going?" And that meant a lot to me. And from that moment on, we talked every week, and him helping me through school, because I hate school, but I know I need the education, you know what I mean, in order to get further in my career. So I said all that to say, I do not believe Steve is a threat to public safety, and I ask that you uphold his grant. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker we have is Emma Tolman. Please be sure that you are unmuted. It looks like you might be in person.
I am.
I'm not sure if that's the case or not.
I am. Thank you.
Yes.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Emma Tolman. I'm here on behalf of Uncommon Law, and I am the attorney for Mr. Steve Jones. The governor referred Mr. Jones' case for en banc review to determine if he understands how to manage his risk factor of substance abuse while on parole. Mr. Jones' prison record and his parole hearing testimony demonstrates that he absolutely does. As such, his grant should be affirmed. The granting panel extensively questioned Mr. Jones about his history of abusing substances and found that he has sufficiently mitigated this risk factor based on the following pieces of evidence. Mr. Jones has been sober for nearly 45 years. He has insight into and takes accountability for being a binge drinker and alcoholic in his past, and has awareness of how his substance abuse contributed to the harm he caused to his victims and to the community. Mr. Jones's self-awareness that sobriety is integral to his rehabilitation and his success on parole. Mr. Jones' extensive written relapse prevention plans acknowledging his potential triggers into substance abuse and his coping skills and support network to avoid relapse. And Mr. Jones' completion of 2 additional substance abuse programs since his prior hearing. Commissioner Schneider summarized the panel's impressions after hearing Mr. Jones' testimony firsthand. Mr. Jones recognizes that he can never drink again and has taken steps to follow through. He's identified his triggers, and he's developed a comprehensive plan and coping skills to avoid any issues. He practices his coping skills daily to the point where they're nearly automatic for him. He recognizes he may face new challenges if released and has developed coping skills to manage these pressures. Thus, the panel did its due diligence to question Mr. Jones on his ability to manage his substance abuse history and found that he can. Thus, the governor's concerns, without the benefit of hearing Mr. Jones' testimony, in no way justifies
Your 2 minutes has elapsed. Please conclude your statement.
Grant of parole. I respectfully request that the board affirm the panel's decision. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker we have is Anissa Risi. Please be sure that you are unmuted. Your 2 minutes will begin when you begin to speak.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Anissa Ricci. I'm a law student, and I've worked with Mr. Jones as a pro bono client since October 2023. We're here today because the governor intervened in the board's decision that Mr. Jones is suitable for parole. He asked the board to consider whether Mr. Jones demonstrated sufficient insight into his substance abuse risk factor. The governor's own referral makes it abundantly clear Mr. Jones is not an unreasonable risk to public safety. In his referral, the governor admitted that, quote, Mr. Jones has maintained sobriety for several decades and at his hearing demonstrated that he has developed robust coping skills. Mr. Jones has put in the work in all areas of his life to be found suitable, and the board should uphold his parole grant. 9 different psychologists have evaluated Mr. Jones since 1991, and all found him to be a low risk of violence. He's also currently a youth offender mentor at San Quentin and has decades of glowing work reviews from supervisors. He also has robust support from both CDCR staff and from his friends and family. Perhaps most importantly, Mr. Jones has done a great deal of personal work over the last 2 years to understand how his traumatic upbringing affected him and made him into the person he was at the time of the life crime. He has identified his personal triggers, outlined robust coping skills for relapse prevention plans for all of them, including substance abuse and anger. As the panel found in March, Mr. Jones is a changed man. He is no longer the hurt, angry, and fearful person who committed the horrible acts of violence. He's a contemplative, thoughtful person in his 60s, and with his age and additional insight, Mr. Jones will never become that person again. Given the complete absence of any evidence of current dangerousness, I urge the board to affirm the grant of parole. Thank you.
Thank you. If you would like to speak in support of Steve Jones and are on video, raise your hand in Microsoft Teams and I will call on you when it is your turn to speak. Is there anyone who has not spoken who wants to speak in support of Steve Jones? Chairperson, there are no more speakers in support of Steve Jones.
Moderator, we will now take speakers in opposition to Steve Jones.
The first speaker we have is Dana Grayson. Please be sure you are unmuted. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. This inmate murdered a father and son in cold blood. They were sitting in their car that was stuck in a ditch. Other family members went to get help. The inmate and the co-suspect first robbed them, then the inmate fired a round into the car and left. He then returned with his co-suspect shortly thereafter, came back, and in an execution, the inmate approached the vehicle, fired a 20-gauge shotgun into the Cho's truck until it was empty. Then he heard someone screaming. He retrieved a 12-gauge shotgun and shot them again. Why? No one knows. The inmate couldn't tell the board, and the board member commented it was refreshing. He couldn't give a reason. In 2014, I guess out of frustration, the inmate stopped participating in his parole hearings. His CRA evaluations since that time have been done without him being involved. The inmate, however, now is re-engaged in the process because that, quote, after meeting with his legal team, they have given him hope. His re-engagement appears involved 24 hours of substance abuse programming in 2024. The probation report states that the inmate had a history of using marijuana, hash, cocaine, and amphetamines. There is no discussion of these substances in his hearings other than the inmate denying his diagnosis relating to marijuana. The inmate denies numerous facts from the probation report, including that he told the co-suspect before the murder he wanted to kill someone that day, that he coldly used racial slurs referring to the victims after he murdered them, that he had told his co-suspect that they needed to murder this innocent family to keep them from reporting the robbery to the police. In fact, he denies robbing them at all. These denials did not seem to affect the board. The presiding commissioner stated it was difficult to reconcile his rendition with some of the facts, but commented, "We have a probation report. Is that true and correct? We don't know." When discussing his coping mechanisms, the inmate reported he uses them all the time. Why? He states he gets triggered every day when people disrespect him by cutting in front of him in the meal line. He states his immediate reaction is a violent thought. This inmate has done nothing to be paroled. He has no insight into his crime, has no explanation for his crime, lied about his actions, has basically done no programming for a decade, has not participated in the CRAs, and does not believe substances are going to be a problem for him, and still has unresolved internal triggers making
Your
him
2
think
minutes have
violently,
elapsed. Please conclude your thought.
making him think violently in everyday situations. He is not safe to be released. Thank you.
Thank you. If you would like to speak in opposition to Steve Jones and are on video, raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams button, and I will call on you when it is your turn to speak. Is there anyone who wants to speak in opposition to Steve Jones? Is there anyone who has not spoken who wants to speak about Steve Jones? Chairperson, there are no more speakers for Steve Jones.
The next case is Jose Manriquez, P85096, item 22. Moderator, please call for speakers in support.
If you would like to speak in support of Jose Manriquez, please, and you are on video, raise your hand in Microsoft Teams, and I will call on you when it is your turn to speak. Is there anyone who has not spoken who wants to speak in support of Jose Manriquez? Commissioner, there are no more speakers in support of Jose Manriquez.
Moderator, we will now take speakers in opposition to Jose Manriquez.
The first speaker we have is Paul Nunes. Please be sure you are unmuted. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak. Paul, if you are with us, we cannot hear you. If you have been enabled, you would dial *6 if you're on the telephone. If you would like to speak in opposition to Jose Manriquez and are on video, raise your hand in Microsoft Teams, and I will call on you when it is your turn to speak. I do have a hand raised for Lee Chong. I apologize if I mispronounced that. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Chung-Wall Lee. I am a Deputy District Attorney with the Ventura County District Attorney's Office. At age 29, the inmate grabbed a 14-year-old girl wearing a backpack, walking from a friend's home. He grabbed her, pushed her to the ground while she pled for the inmate not to hurt her. He pulled down her shirt and forcibly removed her underwear. When the 14-year-old victim screamed and yelled for help, the inmate covered her mouth with his hands, threatened to kill her, and ultimately produced a knife. He forced her legs open and raped her. He used the knife on the victim's body throughout the violent sexual attack. The inmate then threatened to kill the victim if she reported the crime. Even after he pled guilty, the inmate made callous remarks. He insinuated that he was motivated by the clothing and the provocative walk of the victim, who was a child. The people share the governor's concerns as articulated in his June 6 referral for en banc review. We do not believe he has sufficiently mitigated his risk factors for sex offending, and his release is not consistent with public safety. He poses a moderate risk of reoffense on the static 99. He is in the preliminary stages of understanding his sexual deviancy. After years of denials, including at his last hearing in 2022, the inmate only recently started to admit the extent of his sexual deviancy, which was evident in his inability to articulate a clear timeline of his past misconduct. New admissions of sexual deviancy included fantasies about raping teenagers as recently as 3 months prior to the hearing, when he saw a teenage girl on TV. He also admitted to extensive voyeurism that included 20 times as a juvenile. As an adult, he engaged in voyeurism every weekend from 1998 to 2000 on the day of the life offense. He has underdeveloped insight.
2
He
minutes has
indicated
elapsed.
that
Please conclude your statement.
this was an improvident grant of parole, and we request the board refer the case for a rescission hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. If you would like to speak in opposition to Jose Manriquez and are on video, please raise your hand, and we will call on you when it is your turn to speak. Is there anyone who has not spoken and wants to speak in opposition to Jose Manriquez? Is there anyone who has not spoken and wants to speak about Jose Manriquez? Chairperson, there are no more speakers for Jose Manriquez.
The next case is Hildardo Mendoza, AR 2419, item 23. Moderator, please call for speakers in support.
If you would like to speak in support of Hildardo Mendoza and are on video, raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams control bar, and I will call on you when it is your turn to speak. Is there anyone who has not spoken who wants to speak in support of Hildardo Mendoza? Chairperson, there are no speakers in support of Hildardo Mendoza.
Moderator, we will now take speakers in opposition to Hildardo Mendoza.
If you would like to speak in opposition to Hildardo Mendoza and are on video, raise your hand in the Microsoft Teams control bar, and I will call on you when it is your turn to speak. Is there anyone who has not spoken who wants to speak in opposition to Hildardo Mendoza? Is there anyone who has not spoken who wants to speak about Hildardo Mendoza? Chairperson, there are no more speakers for Hildardo Mendoza.
The next case is Tina Monsivai. That's WE 9381, item 24. Moderator, please call for speakers in support.
If you would like to speak in support of Tina Monsivai and are on video, use the raise your hand function in the Microsoft Teams control bar, and I will call on you when it is your turn to speak. Is there anyone who has not spoken who wants to speak in support of Tina Monsivai? Chairperson, there are no speakers in support of Tina Monsivai.
Moderator, we will now take speakers in opposition to Tina Monsivai.
The first speaker we have is Julian Walker. Please be sure you are unmuted. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. The people believe that the grant for inmate Monsavius is improvident because of her implausible denial, and that the panel did not give the appropriate weight to her continued denials. In this crime, she assisted her boyfriend in torturing the victim and another crime partner pistol whipping the victim, binding him, attempting to cut off his fingers with pliers that she provided to make that happen. And then she handed her boyfriend a gun that he used to shoot the victim. It truly is miraculous that the victim survived. After all these years, she continues to deny those facts that were upheld in the appellate decision. And the problem is, if she can't admit what she really did, then how is she really rehabilitated? What is her level of insight? How can we be sure that she will not do this type of behavior again? Even at her age, with her disability, she is still capable of committing the same type of crime with an intimate partner under that person's influence and providing weapons so that people could be tortured or killed. Given this, the people ask this en banc hearing to set the matter for a rescission hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. If you would like to speak in opposition to Tina Monsivai and are on video, please raise your hand and I will call on you when it is your turn to speak. Is there anyone who has not spoken who would like to speak in opposition to Tina Monsivai? Is there anyone who has not spoken who wants to speak about Tina Monsivai? Chairperson, there are no more speakers for this case.
The next case is Gordon Nelson, G06794, item 25. Moderator, please call for speakers in support.
The first speaker we have is Lonnie Morris in person. Please step toward the podium. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Lonnie Morris, and I'm the founder and president of an organization, No More Tears, that has been functioning inside San Quentin for the last 25 years. I'm here to speak on behalf of Gordon Nelson, who is a facilitator of our No More Tears program. We provide violence and crime prevention and intervention, and then we also provide healing circles for survivors and victims of violence. Gordon has been one of our facilitators for like the last 5 years, and he is critical in the work that we do inside the prison. My interaction with Gordon started about 6 years ago when I think he had just came to San Quentin, and we got him to talking about what he wanted to do with his life going forward. And one of the things he really impressed me with was his forswearing of crime and gang activities. Gordon used to be a gang member, and he has since that time forgone the gang lifestyle, and he's made sure that he lets everyone know that, and he worked with young men inside of San Quentin to help them navigate a pathway out of gangs if they're involved in gangs, and if they haven't got involved with gangs, he encouraged them steadfastly not to get involved with gangs. He uses his lived experience of growing up as a gang member to try to deter other people from indulging in that kind of behavior. No More Tears, my organization, is fully committed to supporting Gordon upon his release, from everything from providing with clothing, providing with a job, and helping him find housing and other forms of employment if he so chooses to. I believe that Gordon has demonstrated unwaveringly that he is no longer involved in any type of criminal activity, and that he is committed to living a pro-social life. And if the board sees fit to uphold his grant of parole, I think he'll be making a really positive decision, and it'll be helpful because he can go back into the community and start working with young men to help them stay away from crime and stay away from criminal.
Your 2 minutes has elapsed. Please conclude your statement.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker we have is Alicia Nelson. Please be sure that you are unmuted. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good afternoon, commissioners. I want to thank you for giving me the chance to speak on Gordon's behalf. My name is Alicia Nelson, and Gordon is my husband. We've been in each other's lives for over 30 years, and I can say without hesitation that the man Gordon is today is not the same man who entered prison in 2004. Gordon came from deep trauma. As you already know, he was surrounded by gang life from childhood and mostly on his own by the time he was 9 years old, which led to a life of living in survival mode. But years ago, well before parole was even on the table, he made a choice to face his pain and to change. He denounced the gang lifestyle and did the real work of healing. He's gone above and beyond to grow. He's been housed on non-designated yards for years now with no issues. He's earned 3 college degrees, completed countless programs, mentored others, and became a leader, not just by title, but by example. And from inside, he's remained a present father and a grounding force in our family. We are a family that now leads with love, accountability, and truth, and that shift began with him. His voice is one of peace now, and his presence has helped our children grow into thoughtful, emotionally aware young adults. Even behind bars, he's contributed to our family emotionally, stayed consistent, and poured into us while still facing the challenges that exist in prison at the same time. Gordon is 53 now. He's a husband, he's a father, and he's a grandfather. But more importantly, he's a man who's completely rewritten his story, not to erase his past, but to make peace with it and to use it to help others to choose a better way. My family and I don't take this opportunity lightly. We know the pain that this process can stir, especially for the victims' families, and we hold space for that. We also know that the man that we love has taken full
Your
responsibility.
2 minutes has elapsed. Please conclude your statement.
I want to thank you for your time and for seeing not just his past, but his growth and his impact in his heart. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker we have is Talia Nelson. Please be sure that you are unmuted. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Talia, and I'm speaking to you on behalf of my father, Gordon Nelson, who has been incarcerated since 2004. Before I was even born, I am now 20 years old and a mother myself, and I respectfully ask that you consider granting my father parole. Although my father and I were separated by the walls of the justice system, for most of my life we worked hard to build a bond despite the distance. After losing my mom at the age of 14 and spending time in foster care, my relationship with my father became one of the few consistents in my life. Through letters, phone calls, and visits, we created a connection that helps me through most of the hardest times. My dad has taken full advantage of every opportunity to him during this incarceration. He has completed all the educational and rehabilitation programs offered to him, and I truly believe he has grown and changed over these years. He has expressed his deep remorse and has committed himself to being a better man, father, and now grandfather. As a young mother, I want my daughter to have the chance to know her grandfather. I want her to grow up seeing the man her grandfather has worked so hard to become, and someone who values family, who understands the importance of time, who is ready to be present in our lives of those who love him. I believe my father's long absence has given him a deeper appreciation for the family, freedom, and second chance. Please consider giving my father the opportunity to come home and be a part of our lives. I know that he has missed so much, and I truly believe he will make the most of the time he's given moving forward. He has my full support, and I'm confident he will be a positive influence in our life and his new community. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. The next speaker we have is Vaughn Linson. Please make sure that you are unmuted. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak. Vaughn, if you are with us, we cannot hear you. If your microphone has been enabled, please dial *6 to unmute yourself. On to Dale Rodabaugh. Please be sure that you are unmuted. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak. Dale, if you are with us, we cannot hear you. Either unmute yourself in the Microsoft Teams control bar or dial *6. The next speaker we have is Mark Gardner. Please be sure that you are unmuted. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Mick Gardner, and I'm the co-founder of No More Tears at San Quentin Rehabilitation Center since 2002. I met Gordon Nelson like 6 years ago when he was a participant and subsequent graduate of our 12-week crime and violence prevention workshops. He presently today is a facilitator of such workshops. During my association with Mr. Nelson, he has always been straightforward, humble, and remorseful, along with the passion of acceptance of his resurrection that has occurred in his life, which has allowed him to embrace the mission and purpose of No More Tears. If your decision is rendered, I can assure you, as well as the countless other incarcerated individuals that have came home and went through the No More Tears program, he will be met by a cadre of clinical professionals, social workers, support individuals who are committed to successful integration. We also have a post-release support group that he will be involved in, as well as other activities that we will closely engage with him when he returns home. I'm absolutely convinced that Mr. Nelson is no longer a threat to public safety. I sincerely pray that you open up your hearts and your minds and allow Mr. Nelson the opportunity to re-enter society. And again, we will closely support his transition upon his release back to the community. Thank you very much, Commissioners.
Thank you. At this time, I will check one more time for Vaughn Linson or Dale Rodabaugh. If you would like to speak in support of Gordon Nelson and are on video, please raise your hand and I will call on you when it is your turn to speak. I have a hand raised for Autumn Nelson. The hand has gone down, but Autumn, if you are with us and would like to speak, make sure you are unmuted.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hi. To the members of the board, my name is Autumn, and I'm calling in to express my sincere and wholehearted support for the release of my dad, Gordon Nelson. While incarcerated, my dad has been a true source of emotional strength and guidance, not just for me and my family, but even from behind prison walls. I believe he has not only served his time, but has also demonstrated the kind of deep personal growth and transformation that merit his return home. Growing up, although our relationship was shaped by distance, even in confinement, my father has made the effort to be present for me and my siblings and my mom. His letters, phone calls, and encouragement, even through the multiple visits we've made down to the prisons, have become emotional lifelines for our family during some of our most difficult moments. He has owned his past, rewritten his narrative with integrity, and shown us what true accountability and healing look like. My dad has worked to better himself with discipline and purpose, and I've really seen how he's reflected on his choices, educated himself, and found ways to be of service to others, even in his current situation. He's not the same man he was when he entered the system, and he's a lot more grounded, thoughtful, and deeply remorseful. His growth is something I've witnessed personally, and I know that he'll bring that same positive energy and wisdom back into our community if given the chance. As his daughter, I'm ready and willing to support his transition home, and our family has a strong network in place to ensure a smooth reintegration, including stable housing, employment opportunities, and emotional support. We are not only prepared to receive him, we are deeply in need of him. I respectfully ask you to consider the full picture of who my dad is today. Gordon Nelson's release will not only reunite our family, but allow him to continue his journey of redemption and service on the outside. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone who has not spoken who wants to speak in support of Gordon Nelson? Again, one last shot for Vaughn Linson or Dale Rodabaugh. Chairperson, there are no more speakers in support of Gordon Nelson.
Moderator, we will now take speakers in opposition to, in opposition to Gordon Nelson.
If you would like to speak in opposition to Gordon Nelson and are on video, please raise your hand and I will call on you when it is your turn to speak. Is there anyone who has not spoken who would like to speak in opposition to Gordon Nelson?
Can you hear me? This is Julianne Walker from the District Attorney's Office. I've the one having an issue with the microphone on the video, so I've called in.
Yes, your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak.
Thank you. With respect to inmate Nelson, the people normally would have a concern about the long history of gang activity that he engaged in not only before prison, but during the prison system. However, with the Commissioner Michael Russ, we would submit to his expert opinion in that area. What the people are concerned about and what we feel makes this grant improvident is the fact that the inmate engaged in EDD and or restitution fraud and talked about those matters in the hearing. And even though he talked about them, that the fact that he engaged in those shows recent criminal thinking, failure to follow rules, and lack of insight and remorse into continuing to prey upon victims. Given that, the people believe that this grant was improvident, shouldn't have happened, and ask that a rescission hearing be set. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who has not spoken who would like to speak about Gordon Nelson? Chairperson, there are no more speakers for Gordon Nelson.
The next case is Otilia Pineda, WF 6361, item 26. Moderator, please call for speakers in support.
The first speaker we have is Maya Reyes. Please be sure that you are unmuted. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak. Maya, or it might maybe pronounced Mia Reyes. We cannot hear you. Yes.
Hello?
Now we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Hi. Okay. Hi, my name is Maya Reyes. I've known Otilia Pineda for over 10 years now. I was actually formerly incarcerated with her. I was in the Unit 512 with her. I just want to say that I have seen her growth and her remorse for what had happened, the case. And to be honest, like when I think of everything of her growth, it was a beautiful thing to see, because being in there in a dark place, a lot of times we don't see a lot of light. A lot of times we don't see people really wanting to change. They're just stuck because they get a life sentence. Personally, what I have seen, I've served a 10.5-year sentence. I had discharged parole exactly last year, and I still communicate with her. I hear everything that she is doing today, and I'm just amazed by the work she continues to do and thrives inside and showing. I just want to say that I am here, her support here in Los Angeles. I formerly work right now with Homeboys Industry. I am a navigator, and my job guarantee will help her as well myself and my family. We're here as a support for her in any way. And I just want to say that she's a great person, that I've seen so much progress, so much work that's been done in her life. And I just want to say I'm here and I'm her support in every way. And I thank you so much for letting me be able to speak today. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker we have is Diana Weston. Please be sure that you are unmuted. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for your time and attention. My name is Diana Weston. I'm the Senior Director of Incarcerated Services for Option Recovery Services for the Occupational Mentor Certification Program. I'm speaking today in support of Otilia Pineda and her release on parole. Otilia has been an active participant in OMCP since 2004. She successfully completed our initial training, and she graduated last Thursday in a cap and gown. And she's scheduled to sit for her substance use disorder certification exam this coming Tuesday on July 29th. She's currently studying in the classroom right now as we speak. OMCP is a highly respected rehabilitative and vocational program designed and operated by Options Recovery Services in partnership with CDCR. Since 2009, we've trained approximately 1,000 individuals to become state-certified substance use counselor disorder counselors. The program not only fosters profound personal development, but also creates a professional pathway and reduces recidivism and through meaningful employment opportunities. Our recidivism rate is below 1%, a testament to the program's long-term impact. A core component of OMCP is the parallel process, where participants are encouraged to engage in deep self-reflection and personal growth as a foundation for helping others. During Otilia's time in the program, she's demonstrated an ability to internalize the educational content, show increased motivation for change, and provide consistent peer support. She's completed the CNAPS Relapse Prevention Certification Training with Roland Williams, an intensive program that not only prepares individuals for professional work and recovery, but strengthens their personal relapse prevention planning in preparation for parole. I've personally observed Otilia's development.
Your 2 minutes has elapsed. Please conclude your statement.
Okay. If upon her parole, we would welcome her to our transitional and reentry program in Alameda County, where she will be fully supported. Thank you so much.
The next speaker we have is Richard Morales. Please be sure that you are unmuted. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak.
Good afternoon. Richard Morales, co-founder and director of development, personal development at Crop Organization. Again, we provide career training and wraparound services for reentry support in the community. Out here, I'm speaking on behalf of Otilia. She's in our Quest coaching program at CCWF, and she is provisionally accepted into our Ready for Life program for both either Oakland or LA. I've interacted with Otilia for over a year and have personally witnessed her accountability and ownership for her past crimes. She never minimizes the harm that she caused and speaks with deep remorse and deep responsibility. Again, Crop Organization trusts that the commissioners trust the commissioners as stewards of the community and as those who really are in charge of making sure that folks come out who are no longer a threat to society. We don't appear at these often. We really want to focus on getting those who are the most prepared for reentry, the most prepared for career development training. And we believe Otilia is one of those folks. Yes, I've definitely talked with her about her years of sobriety, facilitating a DUI insight and deterrence program, all the work that she's done in there. It's copious. I'm sure you've gone over her files, her degrees. I believe that she's one of the most ready people that I have ever experienced in coming out of incarceration or preparing, or at least going through this process. I see her today as a woman of integrity, of service, personal transformation. And at Crop Organization, we wholeheartedly support her parole, and we're willing to support her with mentorship, leadership development, career training in our 1-year career development program. I appreciate your time, and thank you so much, commissioners, for the opportunity to share on her behalf. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker we have is Nina Craig. Please be sure that you are unmuted. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nina. I'm here today to speak on behalf and support of Otilia Pineda in upholding her suitability. I'm a formerly incarcerated individual who served 12 years on a 15-to-life sentence. I got to know Ms. Pineda on both a professional as well as intimate level while I was serving time. I met Ms. Pineda about 5 years ago when I moved into the Sea Yard Honor Dorm at CCWF as a participant in the OMCP Drug Certification Program. I got to know Ms. Pineda relatively quickly because we participated in numerous groups and programs together, as well as facilitated alongside each other. We were both members of the Youth Diversion Program. We were both facilitators for the Beyond Incarceration Program. We were both panel members of Codependents Anonymous. We were both members of the Youth Committee, and we were both avid athletes who worked out alongside each other on a routine basis. Ultimately, we became friends and a part of one another's support network. I am a firm believer in the possibility and power of rehabilitation, and I'm a living example of its potential. I did not know Ms. Pineda at the time of her life crime, nor can I attest to who she was at that point in time. But I do know very well the woman she is today. She has worked incredibly hard on herself to heal from her past traumas, to identify and understand what her core issues and character defects are, and to learn how to counter them and grow into a positive and pro-social human being. She is kind, caring, considerate, hardworking, honest, and empathetic. She is one that dedicates her time and energy into not only bettering herself through continuing to strive to achieve self-growth and continuously pursuing to higher her education, but also to help giving back and assist in bettering the lives of others. She is serious and grounded in her recovery. I've sat with her in countless self-help and support programs where she has openly shared the traumas and struggles that once led her to make both self-destructive and harmful choices. Over time, she has also shared the hard-earned lessons she's learned, the coping skills she's developed, and the clear, grounded sense of the woman she is and strives to be. I've had the privilege of watching her blossom into a strong, accountable, and honest individual who truly values her growth, integrity, and life she's working hard to build. Since the time that I paroled in April of last year until now, I've stayed in contact with Ms. Pineda, and I'm learning and navigating my way through the reentry process and building a foundation of success.
Your 2 minutes has elapsed. Please conclude your statement.
Okay. Should Ms. Pineda be granted suitability and afforded the opportunity to reenter into society, I will be available to support her in any way within my capacity. Emotional support through any challenges she should arise in the reentry phase. Thank you.
The next speaker we have is Johnny Howe. Please be sure that you are unmuted. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak. Johnny, if you are with us, we cannot hear you. Please be sure you are dialing *6 if you're participating on the phone. We'll move on to the next speaker. I have Ricky Godoy. Please be sure that you are unmuted. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Ricky Godoy. I'm a program coach with the Crop Organization, and I've gotten a chance to know Otilia over the last year. Had personal conversations with her about where to parole to, and just to get to know her and her record of accomplishments is astonishing. Like, it's amazing, her level of insight, accountability. It's what's already been discussed, but really I wanted to talk about her SUD, substance use, the disorder counselor certification. Right now, the Crop Organization, we have a career track where we are certifying people as peer support specialists, registering them as AOD counselors, And we're collaborating with many different healthcare facilities right now in Los Angeles that would actually hire Otilia at $30 an hour. And the fact that she has a new way of life as a transitional house possibility in Los Angeles, we're collaborating with them as well. It is affordable transitional housing, which is about $500 a month, and she could stay there as long as she wants while doing our program, career training, and working. I have other resources for her, as well as in her sobriety, 10 plus years of continuous sobriety. I will link her with a network of sober community places like AA meetings, AA 12-step conferences, as well as events that are sober. I'm also a former lifer who spent 16 years in prison, found suitable, and I've been home now 4 years with made many connections out here in Los Angeles. And so I just want to say that I'm here to support Otilia and whatever she needs. And I've been in contact with her as well over this last year, and just knowing she's an amazing woman, and just want to help her connect to these resources. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker I have is Janet Ramirez. Please be sure that you are unmuted. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Janet Ramirez. I am here in support of Otilia Pineda. I've known Otilia since 2018 when we worked together and lived in the same unit 512 while I was incarcerated. We became really good friends, and I'm here in support of her. I have now paroled as of 2024. I've discharged my parole. I also have the honor of working for Healing Dialogue in Action, which we facilitate groups inside CCWF and 9 other institutions. Otilia has been part of our Victims Impact Group, where we bring a survivor and they show the impact of their crimes, and she's been very receptive. Otilia has always demonstrated insight and understanding of the effect she's had on Mr. Pedro's family and has great remorse. She's done everything in her power to become the best version of herself and live in amends. She's become a drug and alcohol counselor. She's facilitated many groups, has earned her degrees. She also mentors youth, which is kind of the work that I do as well. I can help her find a job with us at Healing Dialogue in Action. She already has met a lot of our staff who are also in support of her. I also can provide transportation. Healing Dialogue also provides rental assistance. So there's a lot of organizations that are out here, and then assist her with the entry, and I'm willing to help her anything that she needs help. So I ask that you please affirm her grant. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker I have is Andrea Fowler. Please be sure that you are unmuted. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak. Andrea, I see that you are still muted. Click the microphone button in the Microsoft Teams control bar to unmute yourself. Go on to the next speaker. I have Isabel Cardenas. Isabel, if you are with us, please unmute yourself. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak. Isabel, if you are with us, we cannot hear you. If you are on the telephone, dial *6 to unmute yourself. If you would like to speak in support of Otilia Pineda and are on video, raise your hand in the Microsoft Teams control bar, and I will call on you when it is your turn to speak. I do have some hands raised. First hand I have is Cindy Catalan. Please be sure that you are unmuted. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Cindy Catalan. I'm here in support for Otilia Pineda. I have known Pineda since 2018 when we started working together. From the time that I did start working together, I was formerly incarcerated with her as well. And so I've learned to know Pineda on a personal level. She has actually been a huge support in my personal life. So I did have a little rough patch while I was in prison, and I was having difficult times, and every time I would go to work, it would be Pineda the one to encourage me, support me, and try to really guide me in the right direction. Since I've known Otilia, she's been a very hard worker. I've known her to be very dedicated in everything that she's done. She's very kind. She's very kind, and she's a very caring person. She always looks out for others. She tends to always put others first before herself, and that has been, that just shows her selfless character. And I know that she's very remorseful for what she has done. I know that she that she just basically does like a good work with everything that she does in prison. She has a positive attitude. And I'm here in support for her. If she does decide to come to Los Angeles, I'm here to support her in any way that I can. And yeah, so I encourage it. I encourage her coming home, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. I do see a hand raised again for Andrea Fowler. You had a speaker card registered, so let's go ahead and return to you. Please be sure that you are unmuted, and your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak. Andrea, I do believe that you're still muted. If you're trying, I do see a phone number that is unmuting and muting, or raising their hand. I apologize. You would dial *6 if you're on the telephone.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes. Please identify yourself.
Hi. Yes, I'm Andrea Fowler, and I'm formerly incarcerated, also a roommate of Otilia Pineda's, and I've seen her grow. I've seen her be in the youth diversion program. I've seen her just work on herself, go to college, get in the OMCP program. I've been in contact with her since I've been home. I've encouraged her that a new way of life helped me also, and I know that she's involved with her son and her family, and she's just involved in her rehabilitation. And she's doing a great job, and I'm seeing a change in her, and I'm just here to support her 100%. I'm a housing coordinator at Turning Point, and I'm willing to help her if she needs my help and my support. And that's all I have to say. Everybody else said everything, so thank you very much for allowing me to join. Bye-bye.
Thank you. The next person we have is Celia, I believe with Hope Beyond. Please be sure you are unmuted. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak.
Hi, my name is Celia. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, my name is Celia, and I'm one of the founders of Hope Beyond. Otilia Pineda has actually been a part of our organization for about 2.5 years now. She did our board preparation, and she's also connected with our Pen Pal program that we have. We have stayed in contact with her this entire time. She regularly reaches out to us for support, for encouragement. Jody, who is the other founder, and myself plan to stand behind her when she gets out. We will be a constant encouragement to her, help her with her transition back into the community. We definitely have seen a lot of growth in her. She was very transparent and honest and open with us in the board preparation paperwork that she did with us, and we support her release, and we ask you to please affirm her suitability. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next hand I have raised is for Angela Zuniga. Please be sure that you are unmuted. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak.
Hi, my name is Angela Zuniga. I'm a peer support specialist and a program coordinator. I can help Otilia with several different transitional and independent housing living opportunities, free clothing once she's out, employment opportunities. In my role, that's what I do every day, helping community members and other folks that are reintegrating back into society with the same things. But what I really want to focus on and expressing why I support Otilia is everything that everybody's been saying. That's just who she is and how she shows up. I actually started my time as a former lifer with Otilia. I clung to her based on everything she expressed during rehabilitative programs, wanting to transform, wanting to learn about why, the causative factors, what led her to her decision. And to me, I felt like that's the person I needed to be around, someone that wanted to make a difference and to just never make that same bad decision. And so one thing I love is that she has not stopped trying to just make sure that, you know, she's constantly growing, doing what she needs to do to be successful and make great decisions and be an impact, a positive impact out here in the community. She's been calling me since I was released, which is a year ago, always asking about new insights that I have, what should she be prepared for? And not only that, I know that all of us that have since been on formerly incarcerated, doing super successful, we've all supported one another. We've all reached out to other organizations where they've helped us. And Otilia has a huge support system that's waiting for her, that is going to be there to guide her in every area and give her wraparound services. So for that reason, I am in support of Otilia. I can help her with transportation, financial stability, so many other resources that I know once I was released, in some areas I wasn't ready for. And thanks to my experience, I'll be able to support her in that. And I'm in favor of her release. And I hope that you guys will move forward with granting them. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone who has not spoken who would like to speak in support of Otilia Pineda? Chairperson, there are no more speakers in support of Otilia Pineda.
Right, moderator, we will now take speakers in opposition to Otilia Pineda.
If you would like to speak in opposition to Otilia Pineda and are on video, raise your hand using the Microsoft Teams control bar, and I will call on you when it is your turn to speak. Is there anyone who has not spoken who wants to speak in opposition to Otilia Pineda? Is there anyone who has not spoken who wants to speak about Otilia Pineda? Chairperson, there are no more speakers for Otilia Pineda.
The next case is TJ Wheeler, T20765, item 27. Moderator, please call for speakers in support.
The first speaker we have is Christina Fox. Please be sure that you are unmuted. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak.
Thank you. My name is Christina Fox and I represent TJ Wheeler. The governor expressed concern about whether Mr. Wheeler's insight, coping skills, and parole plans were sufficient to allow his safe release. The record shows they are. As to insight, Mr. Wheeler discussed his insight into drug use in the 2025 hearing at page 14 and pages 66 to 67. He discussed his insight into gangs at pages 18 to 20, 22 to 26, and 48 to 49. He discussed his insight into his crime at pages 30 to 31, 33, 36, and 39 to 43. He discussed his insight gained through his programming at pages 45 to 46 and 50 to 54. He discussed his insight into healthy relationships at pages 60 to 61 and 64 to 65. The panel credited his insight at page 100 of the decision. As to coping skills, Mr. Wheeler addressed these with the panel at pages 45 to 47, 55 to 57, and 60 to 65. The panel twice complimented his coping skills at pages 101 to 103 of the decision. As to parole plans, Mr. Wheeler discussed them with the panel at pages 58 to 64, 69 to 70, and 80. The panel found his parole plans were adequate at pages 102 to 103 of the decision. Each issue the governor mentioned in the current and BANC referral was thoroughly addressed with the panel verbally and by a brief I submitted on March 6, 2025, which Mr. Chandler is addressing. The panel specifically lauded Mr. Wheeler on his insight, coping skills, and parole plans in its decision. There is no evidence that Mr. Wheeler is currently dangerous, as the board has now twice found. Mr. Wheeler's grant of parole should be upheld. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker I have is Keith Chandler. Please be sure that you are unmuted. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak.
Hi, my name is Keith Chandler. I work for Christina Fox, Mr. Wheeler's attorney, as a consultant and parole expert. The governor sought further review as to whether Mr. Wheeler's insight, coping skills, and parole plans were sufficient to allow safe release. We believe the record shows that they are. In a brief counsel submitted to the BPH on March 6, 2025, Mr. Wheeler addressed all 3 factors. I urge the panel to carefully consider this brief. His insight is shown at Exhibit 1 of the brief, a contingency plan if his marriage failed. It was shown in his victim impact and remorse statements at Exhibit 2 of the brief. It was shown through his detailed relapse prevention plans for domestic violence, impulse and anger control, criminal thinking and gangs, and drugs and alcohol at Exhibit 3 of the brief. His insight was shown through his personal insight statement, autobiography, and success plan found at Exhibit 4 of the brief. His coping skills were set forth in his relapse prevention plans found at Exhibit 3 of the brief. His coping skills have been proven effective, as his long-term behavior shows he's moved away from gangs, drugs, and other destructive forces that had adversely impacted his prior decision-making. His parole plans include transitional living placement and a senior life coach from ARC to help him, as set forth at Exhibit 5 of the brief. The panel found that Mr. Wheeler was safe to be released and found his CRA supportive of release at page 96 of the decision. And as to the unspoken elephant in the room, gang issues, a very experienced commissioner in this case reviewed but did not use the confidential information in the file because it was so outdated. See page 103 of the decision. Each of the issues noted by the governor was fully addressed by Mr. Wheeler in his written pre-hearing presentation, as well as in his testimony before the panel Ms. Fox just addressed. We urge you to uphold Mr. Wheeler's grant of parole. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker we have is David Garnica. Please be sure that you are unmuted. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak.
Good afternoon, commissioners, and everybody who is still on this meeting right now. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is David Garnica. I'm an ARC senior life coach. I've been doing this since 2017, and I got a real different perspective. I also served a life sentence, and I've been out 11 years. So I've been around thousands of lifers throughout my life, and I chose to be back around lifers again for this purpose alone right here. You know, I truly believe in change. I know what change looks like. I know what it took for me to change, and I know what it's going to take for them to change as well. You know, there's no 50%, there's no 99%, it has to be 100% change. But that change comes with knowing your inside, your remorse and responsibility has to be 100%. Like I tell them, as a citizen, as a homeowner now, I got to prepare you to be my neighbor. And with that said, you know, there's no excuses. You know, you have to be 100% in your change. You got to walk in your integrity on a daily basis. And I facilitate classes like board preparation, CGA, which is Criminal and Gang Members Anonymous, and emotional intelligence. In all those three classes, the main things they have to focus on is inside, remorse, and responsibility. Without that, I don't want them home. I told them that as well. You know, I know what it takes to continue to walk in your change, to continue walking your integrity, but I also know what it takes to once you come home to stay in that integrity and stay in your recovery as well, to continue to be a successful member of society. And I believe Mr. TJ Wheeler, he's been a participant in my classes, and without a doubt, I don't believe, I don't think, I know for a fact, and I have no doubt that he is ready to be back to be a member of society, and I completely support him. And as a spokesman for my organization, we're here to support him, whether through employment, housing, and most definitely through therapy as well. But I thank you for your time, and I appreciate you if you confirm his parole grant. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker we have is Gracie Wheeler. I'm not seeing this person in our meeting right now, but if you are with us, you could dial *6 on the telephone, unmute yourself. If you would like to speak in support of TJ Wheeler and are on video, raise your hand in the Microsoft Teams control bar, and I will call on you and when it is your turn to speak. Is there anyone who has not spoken who would like to speak in support of TJ Wheeler? Chairperson, there are no more speakers in support of TJ Wheeler.
Moderator, we will now take speakers in opposition to TJ Wheeler.
The first speaker we have is Consuelo Sanchez. Please be sure that you are unmuted. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak. I do see that you are unmuted.
Honorable Commissioners, my name is Consuelo Sanchez, and I'm Ruben Sanchez's mother. And I come here to let you know that on July 25th, 1999, Wheeler followed my daughter home and came to my house and shot at my house and shot one of my sons and shot and killed Ruben Sanchez. For no apparent reason. He was on the run and apprehended at a party a couple of days later. He has accused my son of an affair that just all of a sudden was put that way with his wife. And it's not true. I feel this is just a ploy to excuse his actions. He takes no accountability in what he did to our family. He blames and shows no remorse. And he continues to lie and continue to behave in violent ways, and they're never his fault, whether in prison or out. He is a dangerous gang member out of his own mouth. He says how he made weapons and he laid them in the yard, of course, not to kill, he said, but we know what it was for. So I ask that you not grant him parole.
Thank you.
We also have his sister, victim's sister, here as well.
Is this Celine Sanchez?
Yes. Yes.
All right, your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak.
Good afternoon, honorable commissioners. My name is Selena Perez, and I was also a victim that night with TJ Wheeler. I'm here to speak on behalf of my brother and the other members of my family that were there that night. Ruben died tragically and violently. He was taken away from us when he was 23 years old. He was shot and killed by Wheeler. I held him in my arms as he died. That moment will never leave me. It shattered my heart and forever changed the course of my life. Ruben was my sibling, but not just that. He was a friend, a protector in the heart of the family. He was a United States Marine that served his country honorably. And he was always wanted to become a CHP officer and never was able to do that. There were no words to describe how the pain that Wheeler has caused. So suddenly and so senseless and so violently. The trauma of witnessing my brother's death has left lasting emotional scars. My whole family, as well as myself, struggle with nightmares, anxiety, and grief. Birthdays and holidays and every moment are marked by my brother's absence. I'm here today because I want the board to understand the lifelong impact this crime has had, not just on me, but our entire family. Wheeler took away a life that was full of promise and potential and destroyed my family's sense of peace and safety. He has only made changes because he saw an opportunity with Governor Newsom's Bill 1308 for freedom. This is not change. He's a high-ranking gang member. He calls himself a maestro, which is a teacher of gang members. He also participated in violent crimes in prison as a weapons maker. At the last parole hearing, it was disclosed that Wheeler has been clinically diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder, a diagnosis that indicates a pervasive disregard for safety and rights of others and an absence of empathy or remorse. This is not speculation. It is a medical psychological fact. That alone should raise grave concerns about his ability to safely re-enter society. This crime was not accidental. It was not a moment of misunderstanding. Wheeler came to our home when we were asleep. It was a violent, intentional act committed by a person who lacks basic
Your 2 minutes has elapsed. Please conclude your statement.
Allow people to live peacefully in the community. He would be a danger to others. I know I can't bring my brother back, but he would be a danger to others. And please, please deny him parole. Thank you.
Thank you. If you would like to speak in opposition to TJ Wheeler and are on video, please raise your hand in the Microsoft Teams control bar, and I will call on you when it is your turn to speak. I have a hand raised for Adam Cohen. I'm going to allow your microphone. Please unmute yourself. I apologize for the disruption. That person has been removed from the meeting. Is there anyone who's not spoken who wants to speak in opposition to TJ Wheeler? Chairperson, there are no more speakers for TJ Wheeler.
The next case is Edward White, V as in Victor 03418, item 28. Moderator, please call for speakers in support.
The first speaker we have is Edward White III. Please be sure to unmute yourself. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak. Edward, if you are with us, we cannot hear you. I do see that you are unmuted.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Hi, my name is Edward White III. I'm his son. I just wanted to say that if he is released, he'll have a safe place to stay with me. He could stay with me and my family. I can help him with housing, work opportunities, and whatever he needs to stay on track. I just wanted to say that he has my support, if anything. That's pretty much it.
Thank you. The next speaker we have is Linda Gluck. Please be sure that you are unmuted. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak. Linda, if you are with us, we cannot hear you. Make sure that if you are on the phone, dial *6 to unmute yourself. I do see
Can
you
you
are
hear me?
unmuted. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good afternoon, Commissioners. I have already sent a statement by email for my fiance, Edward White, so I won't take too much of your time. I'm here on this call to support Edward. I'd like you to know he has a very strong support network, and I will do whatever I can to help him be successful. His life coach, Jamel Carter from ARC, was planning to speak today, but he had to go to work into the prison to facilitate classes. He asked me to relay to the board he will also be committed to help him be successful and will be present in his life to help him continue the hard work necessary. Thank you very much, Commissioners, for allowing me to participate.
Thank you. The next speaker we have is Jamil Carter. If you are with us, please dial *6 to unmute yourself if you are on the telephone. Do not see that phone number associated with Jamil here. We'll move on to the next speaker. We have Dante Green. Dante, if you are with us, please dial *. Oh, I apologize. I'm allowing your microphone. Please unmute yourself. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners, for allowing me to come here today and speak on behalf of Mr. Edward White. I've known Mr. White for roughly over a year. I'm a transformational coach with Success Stories program. I go back inside and facilitate programs. And one of the reasons why I really wanted to show up here today and support Mr. Wright was because during the time when I met him, Ironwood State Prison was under a transition to making the facility on D facility a non-designated program. And Mr. White spoke to me about that, and he spoke to me without me having to even prompt him at all about making the right decision about his life. And he was very firm about staying in the community where he was and making sure that he continued to help the brothers that was in the community with facilitation of groups and whatnot. And so since that point with Success Stories program, I've been working with Mr. White, and I believe he will be a great asset to the community. He has a great family, great support system. Myself as a transformational coach, I have a lot of resources, and I'm more than willing to avail all of my resources to Mr. White. And just as someone who has lived experience as a former life without the possibility of parole survivor, Mr. White has definitely stepped into the role of accountability and service to others. And so with that, I offered my full support. The organization that I work for offer our full support as he is an alumni. And so I just ask that you please uphold his grant and allow Mr. White to come and be a productive member of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker we have is Princess White. Please be sure that you are unmuted. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak. I apologize. I see I need to allow your microphone. You have now been allowed. Please dial *6 to unmute yourself. Princess, if you were with us, I can see that you were still muted. Your phone number is still muted. Again, dial *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello. Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Princess Ebony Snow White. I'm 31 years old. My father's been incarcerated for 25 years, almost my entire life. Growing up was difficult. I was in and out of foster care, and I didn't have my dad at home. But even though he was in prison, he never gave up on being a father. He called, wrote letters, and stayed present in my life however he could. His love and encouragement carried me through some of the hardest moments of life. Over the years, we built a strong relationship. I've seen firsthand how much he's changed. He's completed several programs with ARC. He's taken full responsibility for his actions, and he's done everything possible to grow and become a better man. He's no longer the person he was when he went in. Today, I'm here to support him, and I'm ready to help him in every way, emotionally, financially, and spiritually. He has a home to come home to, a loving family, and a future. Please give him the opportunity to come home and start that next chapter. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. At this time, I will return to Edward White. Please be sure that you are unmuted. I'm going to make sure your microphone is allowed. I show that you are still muted. Click on the microphone button in the Microsoft Teams control bar to unmute yourself. Jamil Carter. At this time, due to the disturbances that we've had, we are not going to be taking any more speaker cards from people that have not registered to speak. Chief Counsel Blanian has given the phone number that you can call to put in a speaker card if at this time you would still like to speak on a case that we haven't got to yet. There is a hand raised for Brandon Baker. You have been allowed to speak. Please unmute yourself if this is the case that you would like to speak on.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. First and foremost, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak on behalf of Mr. Edward White. I've known him for approximately 10 years. I met him when I was in Calipatra State Prison, and at this time I was in the beginning of my transformation. When I made the decision to denounce the gang, he was actually in support of that, and he told me that I made the right decision. I was able to see him a couple of years ago at Lancaster Prison, and he told me at that time that I made the right decision, and he was looking to make a change himself. He just really didn't know how. Thankfully, he was able to transfer to Ironwood State Prison, a lower level, and participate in numerous self-help groups. And I've spoken to him, and I've seen his change. I know that it is sincere.
I apologize. I believe your microphone muted.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yes. So as I said, I met him when I was in Calipat at the beginning of my transformation, and he let me know that I made the right decision and that he also wanted to change his life. He just didn't know how. And eventually he made it to Ironwood State Prison, a lower level, and he began to participate in self-help classes. I've talked to him since then, and I know that his change is sincere. I'm formerly incarcerated. I was released in November 12, 2024. Since then, I'm employed. I'm the facilitation trainer for Compassion Prison Project. I also work for Theater Workers Project and also Testimony Ministries. I'm heavily involved in the reentry world with organizations like Anti-Recidivism Coalition, the Prison Way. I'm also a certified Criminal Gang Members Anonymous, a facilitator and sponsor, and I've also offered to be Edward White's sponsor as well too. So whatever he needs help in as far as reentry is concerned, I'm ready and willing to support him because he supported me. When I made that decision to step away from the gang, I was very afraid for my life. And that calm assurance let me know that I was making the right decision. And that meant so much to me. And I would do anything to be able to support him to return that and pay it forward, because I know his release is going to help break generational trauma. And once again, I'm very remorseful for my actions. And I'm also remorseful for anyone who has to suffer any kind of trauma. But I do believe that change is possible, and I do believe that Mr. Edward White is the epitome of what transformation and change looks like. So thank you, you honorable members of the commissioners of the parole board, and just thank you for the time in consideration to Mr. Edward White's parole suitability. I pray that it is upheld and he will return back to society, and I'm ready and willing to offer any kind of support, employment, housing, transportation. I'm successful, and I know hundreds of others who are also successful. Thank you.
One last call for Edward White III or Jamil Carter. Chairperson, there are no more speakers in support of TJ Wheeler.
Moderator,
I'm sorry, Edward White. I apologize.
Yeah, we will now take speakers in opposition to Edward White.
The first speaker we have is Robert Knox. Please be sure that you are unmuted. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak.
how does an inmate who receives a high risk rating on his CRA end up getting granted parole? I think why I oppose his release at this point is an unfortunate dissonance between his words and his actions. And I think this is best illustrated just by the way he's disappointed his family up until this point. And I kind of charted it out to make sure I get all these facts together. According to the transcript of the hearing, he told his girlfriend in 2017, I believe it's Linda, who's now his fiance, that he wanted to change, and yet he didn't. He continued to associate with gangs. Then in 2021, he claims he promised his dad he would change, and yet he continued with restitution avoidance and the all too common cell phone use in prison. He claims he forced his girlfriend to circumvent restitution, to answer his calls, but she was an adult and still went along with it. And who is to say she won't enable him again? He has domestic violence in his past and only admitted to starting to treat his now fiance in a healthy way in 2021, per his own admission. He also seems to have started programming and seeking to change because of his resentencing to a parole-eligible offense and not because he truly wants to change. He didn't tell the clinician about his EDD fraud and even slipped up during the hearing and said he rented a cell phone from a young associate from my gang, quote, and then corrected to X gang on page 65 of the transcript. Ultimately, the clinician rated him a high risk for violence, and I urge that you rescind his grant of parole. Thank you.
Thank you. We do not have any more registered speaker cards in opposition to Edward White.
The last case today is Angelo Wright, AR 4296, item 29. Moderator, please call for speakers in support.
The first speaker we have is Trent Wright. Please be sure that you are unmuted. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak. I am allowing a mic for T. Wright, I believe to be Trent. You may now unmute yourself.
Hello?
Yes.
Yes, how you doing? My name is Trent Wright. I am the father of Angelo Wright. And I just want to say to the parole board is thank you for giving him an opportunity, a chance to be released from prison. He has a lot of family out in Arizona and California. My son, when all that stuff happened in 2011, he didn't see his mother for 11 years. I had no children. I filled the children and left them with me and his mother in Glendale, Arizona. I didn't like my son going with his mother in 2011, but out of all 4 of her children, he was the one that really loved her. We took that opportunity and went out to California with her, and she ended up mentally abusing him more like she did as a child when he was a child. So, like I said, from his siblings, to me, his uncles, aunties, cousins, we have his back 100%. Believe it or not, I am sitting inside a courtroom right now dealing with my youngest sons. Dealing with my youngest son's mother who was murdered through a domestic violence. And we're going through a trial as we speak. So I had to get out the courtroom so I can speak on my son right now. That who's never been in trouble while he's been in prison these past 13, 14 years. He hasn't joined any type of gang. If anything, he teaches the Bible. He teaches about repentance and forgiveness. So
Your 2 minutes
this
has
whole
elapsed.
family,
Please conclude your statement.
well, my son, he is 100% supported by his family, and I thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. The next speaker we have is Giovanni Wright. Please be sure that you are unmuted. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, my name is Dominique. I'm also here with Giovanni, right? We're here at the same place right now. We're currently working, so sorry if you hear some background, but we also here agree with my dad. My brother is definitely remorseful and ready to come back home and be out in civilization. He's definitely changed his mindset of how he was when he was definitely younger at that time. So all we do ask is definitely do grant that parole. We'll definitely be here to support him on anything he needs, as in job, a reliable place to stay, you know, whatever it takes to make him stable. We'll definitely be there to support him. Thank you.
Thank you. You mentioned you are with Giovanni. Are you available to hand the phone over for their 2 minutes?
Yes. Hello. Yeah. I would really like my brother to come back home. I haven't seen him since I was 5 years old, and I miss him very much. And I really need all my family in my life right now, because as my dad said before, going through a trial with my mom, and I'm going through a lot right now. And I would really like my oldest brother to be by my side, help him out in any way I can, any way possible. And I just miss him very much. I don't.
Thank you. The next speaker we have is Mercedes Wright. Please be sure that you are unmuted. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak. Mercedes, if you are with us, I did believe I saw the name on the list, but I do not see her anymore. The next speaker we have is Tatiana King. Please be sure that you are unmuted. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak. Tatiana, I do see you are with us. You are still muted. Please click the microphone button in the Microsoft Teams control bar in order to unmute yourself.
Hello.
Yes, hello.
Hi, my name's Tatiana. My uncle is Angelo Wright. He's my dad's brother. I don't have much memory of my uncle. He was taken away from us when I was in diapers. But over the years have gone on, I have been able to form a connection with him over messages and video chat. And overall, our whole family is very supportive over everything that's been going on. And he's a changed man. He's definitely shown us a lot of change in his growth, and he's a very positive man today with the way that he speaks and his actions and his dedication towards everything. And he always talks to us about his plans that he decides he wants to do after he's released. And he's just a very hopeful man, and we're very supportive of him. He's got a really good head on his shoulders, and he has a lot of family to support him. So yeah, thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. It appears that Mercedes Wright has rejoined the meeting. Your microphone has been enabled. Please unmute yourself, and your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak.
Yes, hello.
Yes, hello.
Hello. So I do really miss my brother a lot. And like I always say, he does have a lot of support coming from us here in Arizona. He does have family everywhere. And I speak to my brother almost every time he calls me. And he is a changed man. I can hear him. He's even giving me to change my life a little bit. I have 2 boys, which is his nephews, that I just wish that he can come home to and actually get to be able to be there with them, see them grow. Like I said, as a family, we forgave him for what he did. And like I said, I just wish that he can come home so that he can gonna be here for his nephews. And he does have a lot of support here with us and the whole family. And I just pray that you guys take and see that he there do believe in second chances and see that he is gonna, when he comes out, he's gonna be way better than when he went in. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker we have is Irene Hurtado. Please be sure that you're unmuted. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak.
Hi, yes, I'm Irene Hurtado. Angelo is my nephew, and his mother is my sister. I'm going to keep this real short. His mother was not a good mother. She sent these kids through a lot of abuse, being raped, and everything ever since they were kids. And I just don't hold nothing against my nephew. He is a changed man. And from the time he came in, and hopefully he'll be paroled, that you guys grant him parole. And he has so much support out here, and we love him. And I just want to thank you very much for allowing us all to talk and support my nephew Angelo.
Thank you.
Thank
The
you.
next speaker we have is Latasha Jackson. Please be sure that you are unmuted. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So my name is Latasha Jackson Gosher. I am actually Angelo Wright's older sister. I've been one of the closest people in these cases, with this case, considering who my mother is, and because I am her daughter and I suffer from a lot of the same things that she suffered from, and I went through a lot. And my brother had always been my rock, my everything. He, even now on days where I'm struggling and shaking and I just don't know if I want to get out of bed, I don't know how it happens, but he calls me and he can get me out of one of the darkest places where things have been really dark for me. And I've been a victim of a lot of things, and my brother, even being as far as he has been away, he's been there for me, and he has our whole family that are here for him, and I forgive him. We forgive him. And I seen that boy that went in there, and I see this beautiful man that is right in front of me that I cannot touch yet. But the person that he has become I never thought that, when someone goes in, that they could come out and be reformed, really. And considering what happened and seeing my brother and all of this is just, it's a blessing. And all praise to the Most High, and I just really hope that you guys grant this, because I just had my second grandchild born last night. And I would love to be able to share that with my little brother and the rest of my family. So please grant his parole. I'm not sure if my fiance would like to speak, but he's right here as well. His name is Mark Coshworth.
Would Mike like to make a comment?
Yes.
Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak.
Hi, my name is Mark Koshwer. I'm the non-family member looking out from the outside in. I've known Angelo now for about 7 years, and I have seen growth in him more than anybody I've ever worked with in my ministry of 15 years. He has found the Most High. He has done everything to change his lifestyle, his food habits, everything to follow what is right. And he is looking to do that. And I believe if you guys let him out, you will not only see that he'll be a productive member of society, but he also will probably be a spiritual leader. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker card we have is for Wela Trujillo. Please be sure that you are unmuted. Your microphone has been enabled. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start to speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, good evening. My name is Yayla Trujillo. I am the spouse of Angelo Wright. And I just want to say that Angelo has so much support. in my opinion, from my perspective, he is 100% ready to come home. He's done a 180 from the time that he went into prison until now. He's not the person that he was back then. And he's kind, supportive. He's a spiritual leader. He's a great man, and he's a wonderful partner. And I just think that if you grant his parole, that he will transition smoothly and he'll have the support that he needs with whatever morally, financially, spiritually, emotionally, all of that. And that's all I have to say. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. We do not have any more speaker cards in support of Angelo Wright.
Moderator, we will now take speakers in opposition to Angelo Wright.
The first speaker is Dean Archibald. Your microphone has been enabled. Please dial *6 to unmute yourself. Dean, if you are with us, we still can't hear you. I see you're still muted. Again, dial *6 to unmute yourself. There doesn't appear to be any speakers in opposition to Angelo Wright.
Hello?
Yes, hello?
Yes, sir. Dean Archibald.
Your 2 minutes begin when you start to speak.
Yes, sir. Thank you. My name is Dean Archibald. I'm a deputy district attorney at the Sacramento County DA's office. We're opposed to the release of Mr. the inmate. The reason is this gentleman is unpredictable. He's someone, we heard the family today, and I know, I'm sure they're very sincere. However, Mr. Wright is in prison because he killed his mother. He stabbed her 78 times. The victim may not have been the best mom at the time when he was growing up. That's what Mr. Wright says. But, Mr. Wright, at the time he murdered his mom, had not been around his mom for about 10 years. He sought her out to find a place to live. She provided him support, money, a place to live. He was stealing from her. That upset her. He was taking that money, use it for dope and drugs and alcohol. And so in the course of her confronting him about that, he stabbed her 78 times. The problem with Mr. Wright is he is unpredictable. He says he was unassertive or not assertive about dealing with what he saw as abuse from his mom. Even at the end, that was abuse. He saw that as abuse. And that's the problem. He didn't see the entitlement that he had in believing that she owed him a life or owed a support for his life, owed him a lifestyle that he wanted. He didn't see the connection between substance abuse and in the life crime and his continued use of substances after that. He didn't see that. And so this is someone who he kept quiet for all these years, then explodes into this still utterly unexplained rage when he stabs his mom 78 times. He's never explained that. He does have some positive things. He pled guilty to this crime. He doesn't have any RVRs in prison. Those are positive things. But this is someone who is unpredictable, and because he has only served a little more than the minimum amount of time in prison, he's someone who still needs to be addressing these kind of issues, which he really has not done.
Please conclude your statement.
Yeah, appreciate it, sir. Thank you very much. For all those reasons, the people feel that Mr. Wright is unsuitable for parole. He still is unpredictable and therefore a danger to the public at large. Thank you, sir. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you. Commissioner, there are no more speakers for Angelo Wright.
Right. We will now take comments from anyone who has not yet spoken and wants to comment on a case on today's
Commissioner O'Meara, we're just ready to wrap up. Since we were going from speaker cards, we are good.
I completely agree. Okay. Well, on behalf of my colleagues, I wish to thank everyone for participating today. We will recess the open session of the July Executive Board meeting at this time. We will reconvene in open session tomorrow at 9 a.m. This meeting is now in recess.